I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogujobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
watching Business Day Television.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's a beautiful Monday morning right here in Lagos, Nigeria. And you've tuned in to the Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. And as usual, we have enough packed to keep you going, to start your week, to start your day. And thank you so much for joining us. My name is Deborah Eze. Of course, I'm not going to be doing this alone. I'm right here in the studio with
Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka Valentine, it's really good to have you this new week.
Always
beautiful Monday. How's your weekend?
Fantastic.
Of course, fantastic. I saw that you pulled in the Benz.
Did I?
Yes, you did. Is that something you're not telling us?
Well,
Has all the advocacy paid off?
Well, there's nothing new. It's old package that got
that
released by the mechanic. They got released by the mechanic finally after months of almost fighting the mechanic.
I know, right?
In this our country, if you don't, sometimes like they say, if you don't shine your eye, they wouldn't allow you to be great. So it's just, but shout out to mechanics and engineers out there. They get a lot from car owners.
You really spent your weekend with the mechanic.
I did.
Anyways, it's a beautiful Monday morning, and I'm sure we are expecting a lot going on. A lot has been going on. As usual, It's Nigeria. Will it be Nigeria without tons of things going on? Now, let's take a look at what we have for you on the headlines this morning. Tinubu orders withdrawal of police from VIPs, approves recruitment of 30,000 officers. And Nigeria spent $1.39 billion on foreign education, highest in 5 years, CBN reports indicate. And federal government opens fresh talks with ASU as strike deadline expires. And finally, Trump accuses Ukraine of zero gratitude over U.S. war support. I did see that coming. But let's start off with the first headline, which is Tinubu orders withdrawal of police from VIPs, approves recruitment of 30,000 officers. For someone who I'm an advocate of community policing, which with this new development, this is definitely what is going to happen. But come to imagine policemen who are used to having to just open doors for these VIPs, chase people away, carry bags for Oga and Madam. How do we expect them to actually fit in this in this fight of terrorism?
Absolutely.
Because, please go ahead.
Truth be told, if you look at it, it is now time for Oga and Madam to go and visit the gym so they can have energy to carry their
I don't even think that is a problem. I think the policemen have said, when you're used to a certain kind of life, there's no way you'll be able to adapt to a difficult one. So I don't, this is a good move. It isn't a good move. I don't see this happening. I don't see it. Exactly. I don't.
Okay, first and foremost, good that we can find the light side to laugh over it. But so there's the major implication really is this. Nigeria, we live in a very complex society. And just a very amazing place. When one thing happens, we find a way to look for the negative area and not dwell on the positivity. But today I want to dwell on the positivity.
Okay.
And which is this, that if those so-called, not so-called, hardworking, because they are hardworking officers that have been, told, look, you no longer have to be Ogas or Madams, orderly. And of course, Tinubu has said, look, we're joining all of them and then move them back into areas where they are more useful. On a serious note, it is highly welcome. Reasons given is most of the police stations that we have, don't have enough policemen.
True.
And in the wake of insecurity in Nigeria, our wonderful country, unique in many ways, and we fight insecurity like every other country does in their own little way. We need more police officers ready to combat crime. We need more police officers ready to respond.
Okay.
However, in saying so, are we now saying, because when our president says this is what he wants to do, he is the CNC. We're also part of the government too. Remember, it's for the people, by the people, and of the people. So is the government now saying that the lives of those who are, like VIPs are not also important, but I don't think they've said so. Because now, what he has done is, haven't made a decision that, look, we withdraw, there's withdrawal of, there should be withdrawal of police officers attached to VIPs. He also said, because I read it very well, he also said, look, that if you want armed security, apply to NSCDC, right? Those ones are always available to come and secure you. So it's not as if we're leaving the VIPs. See, I'm pushing for VIPs now. It's not as if we're leaving the VIPs unprotected, but we're saying police officers are supposed to be primarily focused on policing.
But you've not still addressed my point. Like you said, now they've made provisions for the VIP. That's the NCDC, right? Now, these policemen or women that are used to the life of luxury.
Yes.
Are they capable?
It appears when big woman somewhere who has been posing since. You now say, hey, I told you, good for you.
Exactly. Are they capable of doing it?
So the thing is, that's for police officers, right?
Yes.
Okay. We know that their take home every month don't really take them home. So if there is some kind of additional thing from those areas, I'm not saying it's just been just alleged, right? But there's some extra package, right? If you're deployed to go support or to go secure Oga or Madam, some VIP somewhere, and this is not taken out of their team. Well, I would say, look, cut your coat according to your size and manage your salary the way it is. Doesn't mean that it should not become a bad egg. Please, we want good eggs in the police force. But if your quote and unquote your choppings, I'm being very sarcastic today. If your choppings as someone who normally gets deployed every morning to a VIP in person, and if he's now cut short, well, sorry, the president has spoken. We'll leave it at that.
And exactly, this is actually going to relieve the other officers, the officers that we don't have in large number. This is actually going to relieve them. Hopefully, the VIPs know what to do and they're able to help us combat insecurity.
NSCDC, they should go there.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not worried about the NSCDC. What they want to do.
Well. They also have arms. They've been given arms to hold on to, which is part of it.
But let's move on, please. Nigeria spent $1.39 billion on foreign education, highest in 5 years, and that's coming from the CBN report. Well, it's no news that Nigerians, they do not trust the educational system when it comes to Nigeria. And this story is actually going to lead us to one of the reasons why, they do not trust the educational system. Because when you cannot say, oh, I'm going to put 3 years of my life in a system and then it's 3 years, there's no point in you having to, continue with it. Tons of people now actually when it comes to education, putting their money abroad. And when I mean abroad, I'm talking Benin. People go as close as Benin Republic. People go as close as Togo to make sure they get that education that they want without having to waste their time. But what do you think about this?
Truth be told, education is a very serious matter. It's important that we lay it out and lay it out properly. First and foremost, what this means for the country is we're beginning to understand that, wait a minute, why on earth are we in abundance, yet we allow, sand to get into our eyes? It doesn't work that way. It's like someone who is in the middle of a river and you allow sand to get into your eyes. No, wash it off. We have great universities in our country, right? We have an educational system that works. If we put in a lot in it, we have no business allowing our young ones to go outside the shores for educational purposes. Because remember, like I said before earlier on some weeks ago, the more we have brain drain, our young ones living here to go study or further education, whatever it is, that's if it's bad, it's good. Don't forget, you are sending money to the other economy of that country. Don't forget that you need a visa, so you pay for visa. Don't forget that you also need to fly, you will pay for it. This is also good for some certain sectors. Yes, the aviation sector will make money, it's part of it too. But I'm saying that if look at the amount of money that is spent on foreign education. whether it is the government that is supporting, whether it is individuals that bring their own money, whatever it is, at the end of the day, it boils down to one thing.
This is actually individuals.
So it boils down to one thing. Can we get our education system working perfectly? Can ASU be paid? Can they settle this whole issue of strike? I know that's our next story anyways. So it is one loop after the other, right? It cascades into a lot of other stuff. So for us to be able to say, you're making some good money as a man or a woman or a dad or a mom, and then you want your child to have great education. We have great universities in Nigeria, but the challenge that we have is one, insecurity. The challenge that we have, right, is inadequate, equipment to really teach people what I call practicals in universities. Can we be able to mitigate this thing? If we are able to meet our educational system at a level where it becomes a point of contact for other countries to want other citizens of other countries want to come to Nigeria to come study, that will not only boost our economy, but will also reduce the amount of money that we spend sending our own children out there to go study. So give and take for what it is. Like, for instance, for you saying, look, there is serious traffic, right, on your way to the office. It's not just the traffic. Other things around it could have it contributed. Maybe a bad pothole, maybe traffic light doesn't work. There are things around that could have contributed to that. So it's not just saying, oh, we're spending so much money. Don't spend money traveling, study in the country. Are they going to get the education that they really want? Can we see that the educational system will work properly? Is it possible that we can have one full session without strike? Can we run 4 years for a course without one strike? Look, these are the indications and the triggers that will make anyone who has the money to say, I want to jack back and go study abroad. That way, taking our best brains, taking our, and let me tell you the truth of the matter. What makes a nation is not the land and the soil. It is the people. Human capacity is the greatest wealth of any country. And if we cannot keep our people, keep our citizens in the country by making sure that instead of you saying you're running off to greener pastures, why not get water that the government can make available to water your own gardens? So your garden moves from being brown to being green.
Okay, let's see if you can still say the same thing for this next headline, and that is the federal government opens fresh talks with ASU as strike deadline expires. This is a 10-year old strike that the federal government is still opening fresh talks with. You really cannot blame the people who actually send their kids abroad or the people who save up to just move abroad to get quality education. I saw something yesterday online and the person was like, yes, I want to have my master's, but I'm going to wait till I can afford to get it abroad because I don't want the situation whereby I'm just applying for maybe a master's for 9 months and then I'm using over 2 years to actually do it. In my opinion, until universities are actually stable and well-funded by the government, people will still go abroad. Because imagine having to still sit down and have talks with an educational body for 10 years. The past 10 years.
Going back and forth.
It doesn't make sense. Today they are approving, tomorrow they are not. They are approving whatever it is that was discussed tomorrow. They are saying, no, we deserve better. Next tomorrow the government are like, okay, you know what? If you don't want to accept it, just be there. It doesn't make sense. But should we talk about the lecturers that are paid peanuts?
Right.
I have a friend whose father is actually a lecturer. It's nothing to write home about. If you want to really go through the route of having to use your salary to start a family, it is nothing. You're going to be stagnant. So what are we saying?
Look, so I share the same burden with you. Unfortunately, we are in a nation where our priorities sometimes is explained as the case of being the cart before the horse. Meanwhile, it should be the other way around. And truth be told, whoever it is that has money, most definitely has options, will say, I'll go for my better option, most definitely. And now say, I want a case where since he or she didn't get the best of all upbringing, the case should not suffer. They want to travel abroad. We see these things. But again, at the end of the day, right, I'm not just saying this because, I want someone out there to now say, okay, they want to remain in the country. At the end of the day, there's only one nation that you really have. But speaking about this issue of traveling, and the issue of, okay, I want to send my kids abroad. It's because you have the money. What about those who don't have the money? right? I remember when I wanted to do my master's, right, in mass communication. I applied, right? So I got a GA. I'll never forget. This was about 5 years ago. But the money wasn't there, right? I just watched the whole opportunity slip off my fingers. I said to myself, okay, so do I now do it here in Nigeria? I had no choice, so I did it here in Nigeria. Got the master's in mass communication, but I still felt as if something was still missing. Now I'm thinking of a PhD in the future. Will I want to do it abroad? Is the money going to be available? Will I get someone to say, but then again, I'm just speaking hypothetically because it affects people in different ways.
Yeah.
Why will I want to think that way? Why will another person want to think that way? Because they think that it will be worth it when they finally come out and the certificate is going to be, respected. So why shouldn't our certificate here in Nigeria be more respected? Why is it that our lecturers are not paid well? Is it that if they are paid well, they can actually give us the right, education, and then we can come out with flying colors at the same time be respected around the world? Why is the educational system not as respected as the ones abroad? So if we are able to look at all these areas, then we begin to mitigate, begin to say, can we look at the triggers? It is those triggers that will enable you to now say, for what it's worth, our educational system is now strong. But for that to happen, let us start by settling ASU once and for all. Have in mind, it's not just Nigerians who are seeing all these stories about ASU strike back and forth. The whole world is watching. And so it is in the interest of some Western countries to say, let them go on strike. It's good for us. Because when you're on strike, parents in Nigeria will get frustrated and say, if they want their kids to continue studying, send them abroad. By the time you go to have your visa, you pay a huge amount of money. By the time you finally get what you want to get, you pay. So tuition fee, a lot will happen. So all these hurdles definitely will frustrate whoever it is that wants a better life. However, you have an option to remain in the country and study. Right? But you see, it's not also a bad thing.
So your 4 years can be 6 years?
But again, no one has that amount of money. You know what it is? So presently right now, if you don't have about, say, $25,000,
you can't travel abroad.
Right? You can't confidently not just travel, but also pay your tuition fee, not even all of it. For starters, what about your accommodation? So there's a whole lot of other things you have to consider. How much do you earn? Who gets paid $25,000 monthly in a salary, based on salary, or maybe, some people do. It depends. But what I'm trying to say, I don't see that for your face. But what I'm trying to say is, at the end of the day, the only option most Nigerians have is to travel to go study. But if we fix our educational system, if we pay ASU their money, because the money is there, it's just that it's not a priority for the government yet. If all this is put in place, what happens naturally is the world begins to gravitate towards Nigeria because we begin to chunk out well-cooked and serenaded graduates who, as soon as they open their mouth to speak,
that
this person is made of not just, action, but powerful words. You know that this person is made of something. There is some certain level of, substance. We want to see such happen in our country. We have them already. But, not all of them see going to politics as necessary. So we allow those who are not as sound as they are to get the opportunity. And the world now sees those people who are not sound, who are now in leadership positions, whether they got there through hook or crook.
Easy by now, let's move on. I don't have your time today. All right, now the final headline, we have Trump accuses Ukraine of zero gratitude over U.S. war support. I find it very funny. But do you think that the U.S. are not being appreciated for, the support that they actually give to other nations? Is that in just 2 words, do you think?
Okay, 2 words. Trump, get off it.
Trump, get off it, get over it. Once you give support to a nation, I don't think you asking for appreciation this way is the way to go.
Or else he wants to go guns blazing and to be sweet and fast.
I don't know about that. All right, we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we're going to be checking out what the dailies are saying this morning. Just stay with us. They say money never sleeps.
Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship, or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome back. This is a newspaper review segment of the Business Day television breakfast show where we explore top headlines on the front page of our dailies. I'm still your host, Deborah Eze, and of course with me in the studio is still
Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka Valentine, it's good to always have you. Let's go straight to the conversation. I'm be starting off with the Business Day newspaper. And the big story on the Business Day newspaper reads, Nigeria faces fiscal chaos as Tinubu breaks budget cycle. Nigeria faces fiscal chaos as Tinubu breaks budget cycle. And you can see that story on page 3 of the Business Day newspaper. And of course, the whole of the page, we have the Nest Oil Limited. Of course, we knew about this story. It broke last week, and Nest Oil Limited in receivership. And finally, on the Business Day newspaper, we have analysts see further rates cut at MPC's final 2025 meeting. Okay, so let's look at the Nigeria faces fiscal chaos as Tinubu breaks budget circle. What do you think about that, Valerie?
Well, I mean, so it's good that we can see things like this. What this means is when you have made up your mind to get something done, right? And you are the CNC, Commander-in-Chief. Every other person should follow through, right? But the question now is, how will it affect the common man? Because I'm more concerned about the common man. Since that Nigeria faces physical, chaos as Tinubu breaks budget cycle.
Yeah.
Is it that they were expecting something less? Of course, with the insecurity going on in this country, I don't even think our budget, even if it was passed, which it was, and then we had the money to spend, which we have, could be enough, right? So if he exceeded the budget, would have fine. All we want to know is, can we get, can security be 100% now?
Yeah.
Can insecurity be defeated? Can these banditry issues be put on, on the final rest? Can we make sure we have our personnel well fed, well trained, well equipped, more importantly, to deal with this issue of terrorists? All that falls within, budget and all that issue of the year, most definitely. However, at the end of the day, if there is issue that, okay, yes, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has broken the budget cycle and everything, can we, for one, now say, okay, security is now guaranteed. Of course not, because if it was, Donald Trump wouldn't say what he said.
Yeah. I think it has even moved away from what Donald Trump actually said with everything that is happening now. Because another headline here on the paper said Nigeria records highest school abduction as insecurity eats new loom. And the writers there reads federal government plateau short schools and government defense slow pace of terrorism financing prosecutions. It has gone away. We're just affirming what Donald Trump actually said. That's what it looks like, because the insecurity now in Nigeria has gone, as the security in Nigeria has gone to zero. As of yesterday, sad videos of these terrorists themselves, like confirmed terrorists, having to go live on TikTok.
Yeah, well, again, there's another I want to say. So a lot of old videos are now emerging.
No, these are not old videos, like new videos yesterday, not even old videos. Like they the terrorists themselves going live, and we're having people join their life, and they're like begging them that please don't, what can we do for you to stop?
You know what? They should continue. But most of them don't have, so they're not smart. Why I say they should continue is it will give our security personnel opportunity to do what? To get their location.
Because the 50 people that were rescued from the Niger State kidnapping, they actually escaped themselves.
Well,
Kebbi State rather. They actually escaped themselves. So why are they really doing anything? Because if you look at it from a bigger point of view, like yes, these people are actually using their phones. My whole question is this. You see me that I'm actually living in the civilized area. I don't usually get connection. That my connection is not really as strong.
So how come
they
do have
those in the bushes actually have connection?
Also, again, hold on. You can actually be in an area where there's network, not necessarily on ground where it's happening, and just have trees behind
inside the bush.
But however, the reason why I say they should continue, I will tell you why. It will enable our security personnel to pinpoint their locations. Now that at least we have, some form of international eye on Nigeria, it will create room to say, can we help us, share some communication, alignment with these social media networks. So it is in our interest if they hold their phones and they go on TikTok. Yes, it might send a bad narrative to the rest of the world, but to enable us now know, security personnel now know their location to now say, where is this person recording this thing from? Okay, all that could be gotten. Before you get on social media, there's certain information that you will give. Like TikTok, when you sign up, they'll ask you for location, a whole lot of other stuff. So if our security personnel are ready to get this thing done, okay, meet these people who own these platforms. TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, everyone. So we have a serious issue that is in front of us, which is insecurity. And the so-called bandits, right, and terrorists, who obviously act in cloak and dagger. Cloak and dagger mean, these are guerrilla warfare. But we can't say this is their camp, we're just going to attack them. But the fact that they have their phones, which means we can track the number that they're using, which means we can track the location, real time. So if America really wants to help Nigeria, right, they can start by saying, we have drones, yes, we're going to share real-time location so you can pinpoint and get this people down. But the question is, will whoever it is in terms of affairs allow our well-trained military and boys to strike these terrorists and get them down? That's a very big question.
At the end of the day, it keeps getting worse and worse, and it feels like the government is not doing anything about it.
Oh, but they are.
Because
just that they're not doing enough.
If you're not doing enough, then you're not doing anything about it.
Oh, well.
You're not really doing anything about it. Anyway, let's now move our focus to the Guardian newspaper. And the big story on the Guardian newspaper reads, international pressure mounts on federal government as states close schools over kidnapping. The same thing. Right. And I really like how the dailies are actually like talking about it.
Insecurity is a big issue.
Yes. No.
If the country is not secure, no one can have a business. So I think right now it is the business of all business owners.
Yeah.
See it? The business of all business owners to put this issue of insecurity in the faces of everyone so that we can begin to take it seriously. In fact, let it now be our top-notch agenda, number one. And as it stands right now, I think President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, our president, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, has now understood 100%.
Has he?
He has. For the fact that he called off his trip, the G20 trip, that was a very significant meeting that he was supposed to miss. But he sat back and thought, wait a minute, my country is not doing well based on security. Why should I travel? Whoever advised him well. And for once, I will say kudos, Mr. President. That was a great move. To say, I will not travel, rather I will sit back, have meetings with my security chiefs. And he had those meetings on Sunday, yesterday. You know, we saw that he had a meeting with the police IG. We saw his service chiefs and military, the Navy. That was an important meeting to have. And that meeting is hitting already, at least for what it's worth. All those police officers that we used to look for in police stations will now be brought back. No more be around VIPs. And every other areas will begin to work.
But Valentine, is that really our problem?
So,
having to pull out policemen from VIPs?
For what
is that really the way forward?
For what it's worth, if we have more police officers stationed in areas where they can quickly respond to crime. Remember, I'll tell you one funny thing. Before crime becomes, gets out of hand, it starts from pocket conversations, pocket gatherings. If police officers can quickly infiltrate, right, crack those teams, stop them from becoming a stronghold, I tell you, we could have succeeded at the primary level before it becomes a level where you cannot handle. You think Boko Haram just started today? You think this bandit started today? They started basically as gangs gradually, and then when those who have money internationally come in, they look for who to recruit. And so they see all those pocket criminals in different areas, under bridges, in areas where they can simply just say this one's is a forgotten human being. They go and they entice them with money and they corrupt them. They bring them in, they indoctrinate them, right? They become part of their gang, giving them information. So the policing of this country, right, whether it's urban or regional, as the case may be, or suburb, is very important. So I 100% think the decision our president made by him saying that police officers who are secure, who are guiding VIPs should be pulled out, and if you want security, go and meet NSCDC. I think it was a great move. Let's start with that. The next one we'll now hear is, look, our army officers or army personnel who maybe might be attached to some international people, pull them off. Everyone focus on one goal only, which is to make sure the sanity and security of our nation becomes top-notch. Nigeria must become the giant of Africa again.
But as we're speaking, it's not just by meeting. We also have over 303 pupils and also the 25 females that were actually abducted from the Kebbi. So for me, it's not just about sitting down and having talks with your top officials. It's not about that. What is the way forward? Let us see your plan. And the thing about Nigerians is we actually give grace. If you bring out a plan, it's not by me seeing you seated with your top officials. No. And the plan is not by you saying, the VIPs should actually, no VIP should actually move with policemen anymore. They have to be with the normal policemen. It's not by that. It's by what is the plan? One of the officials came out to say, we know where they are and we are tracking them. That is not a plan. That is not how you actually do things. Because these people, these are things that they've planned for a while. They didn't just wake up and say, we are going to Kebbi, we are going to Niger State, we are going to Kwara to actually kidnap people. They didn't say that.
They had a strategy.
Exactly. So what is the Nigerian government strategy to actually release these people?
So it's good that we mentioned this. Again, it's unfortunate that we still see this issue of kidnapping, right? Mm-hmm. But I want us to understand one thing. It is no longer kidnap for kidnap reasons. It is now a business. I don't want to use this word, but it is almost beginning to sound like, like an unknown industry that is hiding somewhere.
Right.
Where some people, some bad eggs in some certain political group, right, would liaise with, these criminals, give them information, right? Liaise with some other unscrupulous human beings, give them information, and then when this whole evil deed is done, right? Money comes out, the share money becomes like in fact, not even becomes, it is now a business. So so the question now is this: is that if it is those who are giving information out, those who are stopping security personnel from responding very quickly, we can fish them out. Let me tell you, during the campaigning, right before President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Shetima came on board, I remember there was a guardian that where Shetima said, the video is there on social media, he said that he has been, and this is words, that he has been in the theater of war for over 14 years, right? And so, if given the chance that he will not only step there, he knows exactly how to remove insecurity from this country.
So what's going on now?
Very big.
You know, El-Rufai, former governor of Kaduna State, came out, I think, on Saturday, and to say that the present government for Kaduna State actually pays bandits $1 billion naira.
Just imagine
as payment for, okay, please, we need you to keep the peace. You don't have to terrorize people. So what I'm saying this is, it goes with, I feel it's the government itself.
Well, again, it's just it's alleged. We wouldn't say.
Although they've given him 1 week to come out and refute his claim. Because I don't think El-Rufai would actually come out to say something that he doesn't have his fact on, considering that it's actually a state that he governed.
I watched the video. He said he will never pay bandits.
He will never.
Even having to talk with them will not even suffice.
I think that's how they've been able to like curb this and mitigate it for a bit. Having to negotiate with them, having to like, okay, what do you want? We can give you what you want. Leave us alone. No, that's not what we need. What we need is to eradicate this.
Head of the snake away.
And time is going. Every day that passes without a permanent solution just keeps elongating the whole insecurity in Nigeria. Yes. Well, let's look at what the Vanguard newspaper is saying.
All right, so the Vanguard here, again, first and foremost, those at home must appreciate the fact that we are quite emotional about these things, even though they say keep your emotions aside as broadcasters. It's our nation, and our nation mustn't go to the mud.
Yeah.
Right. So, top of the Vanguard says, alleged $1 billion Nest Oil debt claim. It says First Bank, Access Bank, Zenith Bank, MDs risk imprisonment over alleged disobedience of court order. I mean, this issue of Nest Oil is all over the papers. It looks as if
do you want to throw your words on it?
Well, I would like to, but then again, you know, I wish we had a lawyer in the building to explain this write-up. There's a big write-up here on the paper of the Vanguard, right? And the caption says Nest Oil Limited in receivership. Right, it says receiver/managers press release. So they have a press release there. You could see more of that in the Vanguard. I think it's also in the Guardian too.
Yeah.
So it's the big press statement that was released because of the issue that they're having. However, it just there's a lesson to be learned here.
Yeah.
Which is at every level, any business that you get involved in, whether it is small scale business, whether it is huge business, whether it is the upstream or downstream. Right? Make sure you leave no stone unturned. Because you see, that angle, that space that you leave and you create a gray area from, and now say, oh, I know this person. Don't worry, I know Debbie. Debbie wouldn't do this. So don't worry, let's just forget about this signage or leave this paper out. Just leave something unturned, you know. You compromise the situation based on, you know, relationship. What happens is that in the future, that could be a problem. So I don't really know the full details of what has happened with the issue of, you know, why they're in court. It says First Bank, Access Bank, Zenith Bank, of course, MD risk imprisonment over alleged disobedience of court order. There's been this serious history before now, right? We only know what has unfolded, but obviously history is behind it. However, it's a lesson learned really out there. You're doing any business, right? Make sure you leave nothing unturned because human beings were quite dynamic. Anything can change at any point in time.
Of course.
And when it changes, it might not necessarily be in favor of you. And of course, what had transpired before might not be documented, you know, in the present. And that will now create friction. I mean, even in a marriage, let's be honest, you see man and a woman fall out in a marriage.
Is this Valentine? Right? It doesn't link it to marriage.
You know, so if they have issues, if a man and a woman can have issues in a relationship, in a marriage or whatever it is, right? People who live in the same house, the same room, everything.
Of course.
After years, then talk less of you how you know talk about issues not happening when you have in the business
been documented.
So even in the business, it's even clear that look that can arise. So it's just lesson learned really.
Yeah.
I'm quite a bit jittery about it because really at the end of the day, a lot of jobs might be lost. But who knows?
That's just the sad part of it. All right, other
So
stories.
you can see that one in Vanguard. So other stories here, there are basically no more stories because it's all about them. Yes.
Students abducted.
Students are coming there. It says 50 students abducted from Niger Catholic School have escaped.
Okay, so it's Niger State. So
Exactly.
I was correct.
Yes,
Yeah.
it says 50 students abducted from Niger Catholic School have now escaped, says Khan. So 38 kidnapped victims from Kwara Church regained freedom. Governor Abdul Razak commends President's hand-on approach. All that you can also see in page 5 of the Vanguard Economics for the World. Yes. So with that, I think we've hit the major things. Already we mentioned the issues surrounding Nest Oil, which is all over the papers. No one can miss it. The strong press statement. Next time we'll probably get the lawyer to come explain to us what the differences, variation should have been like if some people don't really, obey the court order and proceedings. So pretty much.
All right, let's take a look at the cartoon of the day. The cartoon of the day. Let's see. The one from yesterday was really interesting.
It was.
It was really, really interesting. Before we go into the one today, let's analyze one from
I mean
yesterday.
the one for Friday.
I mean yesterday, not even Friday.
Oh, yes.
Yesterday,
Yesterday,
Sunday,
yes.
it was really, really interesting. We had like I know we're not going to have it all, but we had like the map of Nigeria, and then we had bloodshed on it, and we saw tax, and some people, because I read some comments on Twitter, some people in their opinion were like, oh, all Tinubu cares about is tax. Even as the world, the country is bleeding, even how we have like people dying from insecurity every day, people dying from hunger, all he cares about is tax, which is not a lie.
But again,
because the bunch of the conversation now is January 2026, tax. That is the conversation everyone is actually like really worried about, and not even insecurity. Worried because they want to know, okay, how much of my money is the government going to take? What's the government going to be using my money for?
And that is in January.
That's just in January, and now we're having insecurity. So it's like its priority is more on tax and not on. And this is what I was telling you about. We Nigerians, we know how to give. Oh, we have it up. We know how to give grace to you if we see that you have a working plan. But now it's like there's no working plan. So we can't continue like this. No, what's that? No way. We can't keep losing our tax payers. So it's really worried about the fact that we're not going to have enough people pay tax rather than having to like curb the real problem. You can see a whole map of Nigeria. We have, and this is the reality of it. This is not even about illustration or anything. This is the reality.
So again, at every point in time, one cannot crack any joke that will, come out from issues of killing.
Yeah.
Really, the serious matter. I mean, at every point in time, we always say our heart goes out to those who have been losing family members, friends, even those who have lost their life themselves. We say, they're just gentle soul, rest in peace. But however, come think about it. As the commander-in-chief, or as a leader, or maybe someone who presides over a particular area, do you know that if you have no tax being paid and you have no revenue in a country or a state, that's the end of the state?
I think before you
But you know that.
I know that. Okay. That's in a working state, in a state that has a plan.
So what I've done is
trying to make a bad situation look not really bad.
So I'm not justifying.
That's what you're trying to
issue
do.
Of I'm not justifying or being on the side of bandits or no. Killings, we don't want killings in our country. End of story.
Right.
We want a case where these people will be apprehended and sent to, prison.
Let's take a look at what we have for today's cartoon of the day. It's quite an interesting one. We have that's a tractor That's
So
a
that's
tractor.
a tractor. It says
Taking loans to service debts.
right.
Taking loans
You know
to
what this
service
means,
debts.
really?
You're taking from there to actually pour back there.
It's like
And
you
it's
saying, it's like you saying, for me, it's like robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Because robbing Peter to pay Paul, at the end of the day, you still owe Peter.
And there's something we're not seeing. Do you see the foundation where the tractor is?
Yeah.
It's losing ground.
It has lost ground already.
So very soon it will collapse.
Yes. Oh my God.
And there's something else again we're not seeing.
What else are we not seeing?
The fact that the only thing that is left, right, is the atmosphere. And it's going to take a lot of carbon monoxide. And very soon nothing will be left there. Anyways, the cartoon.
Okay. It's a cartoon. Pictures tells a lot of stories, 1,000 stories. And shout out to Asuko and also Okpara for how they're able to, like, illustrate the things that are actually going on in the country without having to say a word, but just by pictures, by drawings. Shout out to you, but you're doing amazing work. All right, thank you for joining us in the studio this morning. This is all we can take for the newspaper review. You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show. And coming up next is Business Week, anchored by Business Day's publisher, Frank Aibogun. Do stay tuned.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria, and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Insurance. Oh God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. But AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome to Business Day Television. This is Business Week, a weekly roundup of critical, important economic matters on Business Day Television. As usual, joined at the studio with me is Dr. Adeosun, the chief economist of Business Day, and of course, Lolade Akin-Murele, who is editor of Business Day. Before we get into today's conversation, first, some headlines from around the world. President Bola Tinubu has ordered the immediate withdrawal of all policemen assigned to protecting VIPs in Nigeria. It is estimated that could release close to a third of the total force of the Nigerian police so they can actually face their core mandate. 38 of the worshippers taken from the Christ Apostolic Church in Eruku in Kwara State have regained their freedom. Very good news. On the foreign scene, Israel is reporting that it has killed in Beirut, Lebanon, a Hezbollah chieftain in a midnight attack. Ukrainian and US officials are reporting progress in their negotiation of a controversial plan by Trump, President Donald Trump, that is, to end the war between Ukraine and Russia. Now, let's get on, gentlemen, with our conversation today. There has recently been a string of very positive news, affirmations largely of the reforms being undertaken by Nigeria. All of this is setting up the economy for growth momentum. But my question is, how much of that momentum is now at risk by rising insecurity in Africa's most populous nation? Let's start with you, Lolade.
Thank you, sir. Yes, there's so much at risk because we know that the reforms have started to yield positive gains, but there's still a long way to go. What the president has essentially done is stop the bleeding. Nigeria has been bleeding for the better part of 8 years before he took office. He stopped the bleeding, and now we're expecting that we'll start to recover and then see the macro gains translate to positives for the households and businesses. But what we're seeing with rising insecurity now, it means that that momentum might be stopped in its tracks, because truth is the benefit of the reforms is that it's able to incentivize private investment, but that would take a big hit if the insecurity we're seeing continues, because no one would want to invest their capital in an unstable region, on an unstable country. So that's a problem we're facing. We're still looking for the reforms to translate, for instance, into job creation. That's not going to happen if you don't have private investment, whether local or foreign direct investment. And obviously, there's enough reason to believe that whenever you have this level of insecurity, private investment typically is spooked, and you don't see that happen. So it's in the interest of Nigeria and the economy that what we're seeing now with the insecurity is really stopped, really, or curbed, to ensure that investment can continue to flow. GDP growth was about 3.9% at the last reading. That is obviously also driven by private investment. So it's important that is solved. And then the gains we're even seeing in inflation as well. There's a risk of that reversing, because if this spate of kidnappings and terrorist attacks that we're seeing continues and then spreads across the northern region of the country, where farming typically takes place, then it means that farmers would not be able to go to their farms for fear of being kidnapped or being attacked by these terrorists, and that would just scoop out the gains that we have made in food inflation recently. So there's a lot at stake here, whether you look at it from the angle of private investment or inflation.
Interesting. Truth is, virtually everywhere I was over the weekend, or in the conversation that I was having with people, the primary topic of conversation was the insecurity. And what this means is that if we're talking so much about it, we expect foreign investors to be talking about it as well. We expect everybody following Nigeria to be talking about it. Even if you discount the noise from President Trump, that then becomes the subject of conversation rather than the opportunities that are emerging in the Nigerian economy. So, Dr. Adeosun, how bad is this, and should we be worried?
Absolutely. It calls for concern, as citizens and as professionals. The reality is that insecurity leads to a lot of costs. Higher logistics, security costs, reduced operating hours, relocation to safer places, delayed projects. The costs are enormous. It eats three of our critical engine of growth. It affects our agriculture, like Lolade alluded to. You can't farm, you can't transport the farm. Of course, it will impact in the long term inflation. It impacts on investments. You pay a higher premium when you have a very insecure environment, and it's affecting human capital. Sadly so. Schools are being closed left, right, and center. So this is even a future cost, not even a cost for today. So we are in a serious situation, and we need to take security and peace is as equally as important as economic prosperity. Lolade said the government has been blocking economic leakages. I agree. Key question, sir. Have they been blocking security leakages?
Yeah, I get you. BusinessDay published an editorial today that it captioned "Nigeria cannot lament its way out of terrorism." So very, very apt. I give kudos to the guys who wrote that editorial. And that's all we see. We hear lamentation, we hear regrets. But this is the third year of this administration. And people are beginning to wonder, is it going to fail in dealing with insecurity just like the governments before it? What a pity. Very, very sad indeed. Anyway, so it is important that government does what it has to do. I'm not sure people are convinced as yet that this government is serious. Let's hope that they will be diligent. There isn't any use really seeking power when you get into power and you cannot guarantee safety for the people and for their property. It's just useless.
Of government.
So what's all this talk about 2027?
Yeah.
What do politicians, what do they seek power for? Anyway, we will pivot to another matter, and that relates to the report that credit to the private sector has slowed to 18-month low. So what is driving such fall in credit to private sector at a time when we are so razor focused on growth?
Yeah. So so the data from the Central Bank of Nigeria shows that credit to the private sector declined to 72.5 trillion in September, from 75 trillion the prior month. So that's really troubling because typically you would have instances where you complain that the pace of the growth is not fast enough, it's too slow, but this is an outright decline. I think the culprits here are obvious. The high interest rate environment has essentially just discouraged.
So there's a resistance in the market.
There is a resistance, but there's also the fact that banks are also risk averse. The high interest rate environment has not only priced out a lot of corporate lending. What it has done is it's also made investing in government securities very lucrative.
Attractive.
Yeah. So it makes sense for the banks to just pack their cash. Yeah, and get without doing anything and get very good returns. So that's it. It's a factor of those two things that we're seeing. On one side, you have businesses that cannot approach the banks for loans because you're looking at north of 30%, which is quite high, really. How many businesses can you do in Nigeria today that would guarantee that you can pay 30% on just servicing loans without even talking about the cost of running the business and other things. And then on the other end, the banks are just feeding fat on invested in treasury bills and other government securities. So we're seeing essentially the real fruits of a crowding out effect here, where government borrowing is crowding out the private sector. And that's really terrible for growth, because what that then means is that the private sector typically is the engine room of growth, right? They're the ones that create the jobs and drive the economy. So if they're starved of credit, then it means that expansion plans will be put on hold. It also means that they cannot employ as many people as they would want. So it takes a big toll on the economy.
Thank you. We're going to come back to an interesting part of that conversation, which is what the data say about non-performing loan in the banking sector. But let me ask Dr. Adeosun, was this to be expected? Is this an expected outcome, or this is an aberration, a drop in lending to the private sector?
So if you look at the Nigerian context, I won't say it's an aberration. The reason is that somewhat we've become laid back. We practice Snapchat banking. We are looking for the
easy way out.
Easy way out. And banking is such that it's not structured around unlocking value from SMEs, the private sector. It's more of making money from money. And I think that there needs to be a radical review.
Yeah, but isn't that the reason why you have a regulator?
Yes. And so the regulator needs to provide more oversight. So it's one thing for you to
and direction,
and then track and request for specific data to show and prove what you are doing. It is very, very challenging for SMEs. The interest rates are very high, and then banks are still relying on traditional means like collateral, when we should be embracing alternative sources of collateral, for example, credit risk analysis, looking at receivables, inventory, and those kind of things. You cannot be insisting on rigid forms of collateral and then use that as an excuse not to support the private sector, the SMEs, and be making more money from Forex and other alternatives. So we need to work around policy.
Interesting. Well, already I said earlier that we're going to get to the point about NPLs. What does the latest data say? Is the non-performing loan ratio, is it rising? Is it at the same level? What is causing this significant risk averseness within the Nigerian banks?
No, so the NPL ratio has been flatlining. I think it was 6.9% as of June 2025, and that's pretty close to the CBN's target of 5%. So it's not. I don't think it's a problem.
That's not the issue.
No, that's not the issue. I think it's just like Dr. Adeosun said, the banks just getting comfortable taking advantage
cheap money.
Yeah. So what would typically happen is, if you didn't have the high interest rate environment that you had now, then they will be forced to take on more lending. But the truth is, why take that risk when you can easily lend to the government and make close to 20%? Nowhere, I mean, that's crazy. That's really high. There's nowhere else in the world that the banks can make such a killing from just lending to the government. That's really high. So there's really no incentive to take a lot of risk lending to a small business that you don't know what can happen in terms of their sustainability and cost as well. Policy flip-flops from government could just send the business out of operations, and then the banks is left. The banks are left asking questions. So it's just easier to just put that money in government securities, make a killing. But they also make the point, that's the banks now, that the CRR ratio, the cash reserve requirement, is quite high for them. It's true. Nigeria has one of the highest at about 40%. But the thing is, even at that, perhaps the regulator also needs to look for ways to unlock some of this capital that's just idling away in CRR, earning zero interest. Perhaps if that was brought down, it might incentivize some lending on the banks. But the truth is, if you still continue to have the high interest rate environment, there's no guarantee whatsoever that they will take on new risks when they can easily just lend to government and make a killing. They are a business after all.
Precisely, they are in a business and they have a duty to create shareholder returns.
And protect the funds of depositors.
And protect depositors' funds as well.
Yeah.
But as you say, Nigeria is often described as a place of many contradictions. We import what we don't need. We export what we need. And here we are at a point where we all are desperate to see the economy grow and grow inclusively. But the major catalyst for growth, which is capital or credit, is withdrawing from going after that growth is indeed a pity.
It is, because it makes our businesses very uncompetitive.
Yeah.
Because we're talking about the need to boost exports, to encourage our businesses to take on, look at the export market, see what they can export.
Precisely.
But if access to finance is not easily accessible, then there's a problem. Or if it's coming at a very high cost, then it means that they can't compete with their peers.
Let's just, for the two of you, very quickly, one or two things that government or the regulator, the Central Bank of Nigeria, should do just to reverse this and ensure that this does not become a prolonged trend, whereby we continue to see a drop in credit to the private sector. So, Dr. Deoshin, let's start with you. One or two things. What must the fiscal or the CBN do?
The CRR, we should consider reducing it. In addition to that, also along the CRR rate, we should also use the CRR on non-TSA public deposits to restrain wasteful public sector liquidity. And then from a policy perspective, can the CBN, the appropriate committee or subcommittee, try and ask for other details? How many businesses are you providing loans for? How many new businesses, existing businesses? So that it's not just the same of same. Or, we've had instances where banks chase a few HNIs, high network individuals, because, of course, of safety of funds.
Precisely.
But we must begin to give them targets that you must support SMEs, emerging markets, fintech, and so on and so forth.
I get you. Okay, Lolade, of course, we had the crazy regime during the last central bank, whereby different intervention funds were launched, and we're not quite sure how much of that is being recovered. And so that then became a driver of inflation and recklessness for government. So how much of a caution should the central bank have in addressing this problem of falling credit to the private sector?
Yes, so like you rightly said, the intervention programs by the CBN did not really work. It didn't yield the right results. And perhaps I think that then just made people question whether the central bank should be the one even playing that role in the first place. But I think what is important is there are some policies that we have tried in the past, but I think implementation is now lacking. The loan to deposit ratio, for instance, I think that went a long way at the time to just make banks, essentially force them to lend. There were also some priority sectors that were identified that the CBN governor then said that, I think it was agriculture and manufacturing, that any bank that lends to these sectors, if you have evidence that you've been lending to these sectors, then your CRR can be reduced.
Free some.
You can free some cash. So I think we need to be very creative around policies like that, just to push these banks to lend. And essentially, we need to start thinking of how to reduce the interest rate environment. The government is crowding out the private sector. So that needs to be, that's another area to look at.
So the question would then be, for 2 years, we were focused on reducing inflation. We were focused on reducing liquidity. Should the central bank begin to pivot from such single-minded pursuit of reduction of liquidity to getting some liquidity into the system?
Absolutely.
And encouraging growth?
Absolutely.
Especially in critical sectors that we may identify as key drivers of growth.
Absolutely. Whether it's agriculture, manufacturing, real estate now, ICT and the likes. Yeah, absolutely. Because the central bank can also take some succor from the fact that inflation is coming down. So that monetary tightening that we saw in the last 2 years has actually yielded some results. So it's time now to see how you can just ensure that there's more liquidity in the system, which would then essentially boost growth. Because even if we've celebrated the 3.9% growth we saw in the second quarter, we all know that that's still a far cry from
it's quite patchy. It's concentrated in certain places. Precisely. It's not inclusive. All right. Thank you very much. We will bring this first half of our program today to a close and take a very short break. But please don't go away. This is BusinessDay Television, and the program you're watching is Business Week. We'll be right back.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
We welcome you back to BusinessDay Television. The program you're watching is Business Week, out of Lagos in a very, very warm, bright Monday morning. We will get on straight to the story of financial management and efficiency at the state level. There's a very troubling story, a very troubling trend that suggests that 4 of Nigeria's 36 states have pension arrears that exceed their total revenues. How so mind-boggling is this? First, Lolade, which are these states?
Yeah. So these 4 states are Kaduna, Benue, Adamawa, and Taraba.
And they are all from the north.
Yeah. Now, just for some stats now. So they are combined, the 4 states, their combined areas exceed 206 billion. And that's versus their total internally generated revenue for 2024 of 127.98 billion.
That's more than twice.
Yeah. So Kaduna is top of the list. 83.3 billion in arrears against 70.7 billion in IGR. Benue, 72.3 billion in pension arrears against IGR of just 20 billion. Adamawa, 27.5 billion in pension arrears versus 20.3 billion revenues. And Taraba, 23.3 billion in pension arrears versus just 16 billion in IGR.
So how bad is this mess?
I think it's just a sign of financial mismanagement, really, and the fact that for some of these states, they are perhaps dealing with an over-bloated civil service. I think this is the point that we have talked about over and over again, especially even at...
So when we talk about civil service here, we are actually talking about cost of government.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So they have more workers than they can cater for. That's just what this means. This practice is not sustainable at all.
Absolutely. It's a governance failure on multiple fronts. Again, it also speaks to the fact that when you hear calls for additional state creation, are these states sustainable?
Exactly.
Before, I'm particularly troubled by Kaduna State, because I think I sometimes don't agree that the manpower is too much. But are you flogging the manpower to generate returns, to give you value?
What is the value delivered?
But if nobody is tracking attendance at work, if nobody is tracking output, productivity, we say it's government work, you don't need to sweat. So it's this kind of mindset that we really need to. Then over-reliance on federal funds. One of the things that helped Lagos, even though I'm not advocating for it, was when the FG, withdrew funds from Tinubu. It forced him to sweat and to think. Can we do something like that for 3 months?
On a national scale, yeah?
On a national scale, you must be able to survive as a subnational without the federal.
Yeah, but you made a point. Nigeria has not been honest in addressing some of these things. At a time when we're seeing major evidence of an over-bloated bureaucracy, some people are raising petition and request in the National Assembly for the creation of more states. So we are not honest with ourselves. When you talk about state, what is the point creating a state that then ends up with a massive debt that generations to come will not be able to pay? What's the use? But let's get back to this whole question about pension arrears exceeding revenues. Dr. Adeosun, you said this is something that has been accumulated over the years. You've asked a question about what then is the role of the regulator in this. How responsible are these governors? And this is only a measure. In fact, an unlooked measure of how efficient states are being run. The other day we were talking about spending on health, and I mean quality spending on health and education. And we found that most states in Nigeria are just not featuring in the map at all. So I think it's good for the media, and Nice Business Day came out with this story, for the media to begin to look at different aspects of measuring efficiency, government efficiency, not only at the federal level, but also at the state and local government level. But let me come back to this issue. What should the state governors be doing? I mean, the first thing is the media should shame them. But what must they do to get out of this hole?
So again, I think we should focus slightly less on politicking among governors. What would you tell the average young graduates today? Would they aspire to work with Taraba State, knowing that their fathers and mothers are still being owed? So we are saying that the best brains will not be attracted to work for the government or the civil service. We need to look for a way to reverse this trend. Again, we need to also come up with a plan Is it a 2-year plan, a 3-year plan to pay this? Can we also, there's a way they do it where you say like first line charge. Can we say just like you pay the judiciary, can we say the pensions of workers should be on the first line charge?
And we're not even sure now whether they all pay the judiciary, but let's assume they do.
Let's assume. The way National Assemblies fight that pay us directly and so on and so forth. I think workers are due of their wages. It's unfair. It's inhuman. And of course, don't forget that we have a huge chunk of pensioners and retirees in the society. If these people don't have money, they are not going to spend. And if they are not spending, it's going to lead to depressed economy.
And part of the things fueling insecurity in Nigeria, when you leave people desperate without their pension, they begin to come up with all manner of things.
To add to what Dr. Adeosha said, another thing that the state governors should be doing now, beyond just trying to, it's important that they pay up the arrears, but I think it's also a symptom of a bigger problem, which is the fact that their revenues are too low. Why should the state be generating internally generated revenue of just 17 billion?
Which means that some of these states are unsustainable.
Precisely. And then I don't think the state governors are doing enough to just maximize the potential of those states to generate more revenue. I think they've gotten so comfortable just relying on federal allocations. I think they need to step out of their comfort zone to just find ways. I'm sure there are things that these states can come up with that can be attractive to private capital or investors, and then that trickles down to higher tax earnings for the government, which would boost their revenues. So I think they just need to think more like, CEOs of businesses now running these states and just looking at where are the gaps, where are the opportunities that can easily be turned around to generate sufficient revenue for the states. But I don't think enough of that thinking is going. I think they just go to Abuja every other month and then they are satisfied just getting the handouts from the federal government. They go back and they spend.
There could be room, for instance, in mapping assets of the various state governments.
Precisely.
To looking at those that are viable to be sold off
or sold
to the private sector or concession to raise capital to clear some of this debt.
Precisely.
I don't think the state should be allowed to continue to owe the kind of pension arrears that they are carrying at the moment. It is almost like hell for the people who have worked for the government.
I think this is also where I fought the trade unions. This is a more fundamental fight for NLC, TUC than fighting on petrol subsidy. These people pay
petrol subsidy is more emotional, and the labor doesn't want to do the hard work of checking what's happening at the states.
These retirees paid, they contributed to the labor unions for years.
Precisely.
What are you doing for them?
Yeah, I get you. Anyway, we will now move on to the Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank. Will begin its two-day meeting today, or may have started that meeting already. And this is their last meeting for 2025. With inflation numbers coming down consistently over the months, how much prospect of a rate cut is there, Lolade?
I think the prospects are really high. BusinessDay actually undertook a survey of some economists, about 15 of them, and the median was for 100 basis point cut at this meeting. I think the only person who went for something lower than that, 50 basis points, was Rizia Khan, who's the managing director of Standard Chartered Bank for Africa and the Middle East. And she said that, she sees a 50 basis points cut initially, and then another one at the first meeting next year. But most of the people we spoke to tend to believe that there should be 100 basis points cut this time around. And for reasons very obvious. Inflation is now at around 16.1%. And that's the lowest in quite a while, in 3 years to be precise. So that's good enough. I think that gives enough comfort to the monetary policy makers to say, let's cut rates a little bit. There's also been a lot of pressure, especially from the impact that the high interest rate environment has had on businesses and growth and expansion as well. So I think it's time now to start to see that much needed rate cuts that will just ensure that we're able to kick on from here and deliver even bigger growth numbers.
Dr. Adeosha, What do you see in terms of prospects for rate cut when the CBN will have its press conference tomorrow?
So I foresee that they'll cut the rates maybe to like 100 basis points. But again,
and that will be to what? We are now at what, 24?
26.5.
We are 26.5 now.
Yeah.
So we are looking at that number coming down to 25.5.
Yeah.
But we still need to put some things in perspective that sometimes they may want to be cautious and still retain or go by that 50% rate, because we need to look at a few things. Don't forget that much earlier, we had what we call like a statistical rebasing. And you don't want to be too quick, too soon to bring things down. You want to be sure that whatever you are doing is sustainable. Again, let's look at the food inflation and then connect it with the insecurity. So there are still other variables. You know, this security is okay, but we agree that from a forex perspective, we're also doing better. Lower rates will, of course, translate into cheaper, more abundant credit, and so on and so forth, of course. But most likely they will drop the rates today by the end of this process.
Interesting. And 100 basis points drop will be good and salutary at this point, wouldn't it?
Yes, it will be. It will be. I mean, it's much needed. Truth. I mean, we talked about it earlier. The slowing credit to the private sector is a problem if you really want to have more sustainable growth. I think we've gone now from the phase where we're just trying to do our best to curb inflation. I think it's showing some positive signs now, although there are always risks on the horizon, like Dr. Adeosho mentioned, with this insecurity now. It could just throw a spanner in the works. But I feel like it would be, I mean, it wouldn't be surprising if we saw 100 basis points cut at this meeting.
How quickly, just looking at what has happened in the past, how quickly does these cuts transmit through the system and become effective interest rate for borrowers?
Yeah, the bigger the better. If you see 100 basis points cut, I mean, it's actually immediate. You see that it does impact borrowing costs almost immediately. But the truth is, if you're going for a business, if you're going from 35% to 34%, it's not significant enough, and that's why they would always clamor for even a bigger or a bumper rate cut that really makes it affordable.
Shakes
precisely,
the system.
yeah, precisely. Otherwise, it's still pretty much in the same territory for them. They will still feel priced out of the credit markets.
You know, I mean, I sometimes sympathize with the central bank. Sometimes I believe they are too cautious, but given the crazy height that we attained with inflation, I see a need to be cautious. But I'm asking myself, what is the greater evil now? Is the greater evil inflation or threat of inflation, or is the greater evil the failure to grow the economy and to bring succor to our people?
Sustainable succor.
Yeah, but I mean, the trend around the world. Well, let's even talk about Africa now. Is that rates are coming down, inflation is slowing down as well. So
globally,
So I mean, it's only the right thing to do for the central bank at this point, given that our inflation rate is also on the decline. But of course, like you said, you know, they're still probably being reminded by the scary heights that we attained when you're talking about inflation in the past, that they just want to be very cautious. But the truth is, businesses can't wait for that. A lot of the economy can't wait for that.
Some business would have died by the time.
Exactly. So we need to act fast.
Interesting. Anyway, I had promised as we started that we're going to close by just looking at Africa's external debt map. And I hope our people can put up that illustration which we got courtesy of our friend. What surprised you guys here on a country-by-country basis? Which are the surprising things in this map?
So
the highest seem to be South Africa at 179, is it?
And Egypt.
And Egypt.
I'm sure the average Nigerian will have expected Nigeria to be the highest.
Yes.
Yes, we are the biggest.
We're not the giants of Africa, after all.
Yes.
That's what this
That's
means.
what that says.
Yeah, we're not, and it's. I think. I mean, South Africa has the
So
largest.
the size of your debt, is that also, does that translate to the size of your economy as well?
Yeah, because it's South Africa in first place, Egypt in second place, although Morocco looks like third here.
Yeah.
And then
No, I'm not
Nigeria
surprised
in
about
place.
Morocco, given the great work they are doing in their economy, whether it's auto manufacturing that has taken off in Morocco,
So the critical thing here is that.
Is this comfort for us in Nigeria then?
I wouldn't say it is. It may also show lack of ambition.
Yeah.
And, it also
like
says
that.
that, another thing also need to look at, despite the fact that we are not in top 3 debt, from a stress perspective, it feels like we're heavily indebted.
So that's about managing the debt, or what
if you look at debt to revenue,
Debt to revenue.
So there's a lot of pressure. I mean,
There's a lot of
if we're to replicate this chart for debt to revenue, it will look a lot different.
Nigeria will probably be at the top.
Yeah. But this is just debt to GDP, and we have a very small GDP size. So
not to even talk about a more worrying trend. We borrow. They don't tell us what they are borrowing for, so we can't judge the efficacy of the borrowing.
Precisely.
I think for me that's probably my greatest concern.
Yeah.
They just borrow. They want to fill the funding gap in the budget.
Yeah.
But that's not a good way to borrow.
Certainly not.
I think Nigeria should stop this rot and begin to borrow for specific projects.
Precisely. We need that discipline to just, to have project-tied borrowing. So for every dollar, especially when it's external debt, because we don't earn sufficient dollars as it stands now.
Mm-hmm.
So for every debt in dollar that you're taking, it should be clear in the minds of everyone, including the average Nigerian, that this is the project that we're taking this loan to finance, and this is the multiplier effect it will have on the economy, both on a short-term basis and long-term basis. And that's the discipline that these other countries bring to bear when they go out to take on external debt, and their GDP is showing the results of that. That's why South Africa, I said, has the largest GDP. But even if they have the largest size of external debt, they have the largest GDP to show for it. So it tells you that some of the debt they've taken has gone into infrastructure that has boosted their economy, and that's how come.
And they even have deeper capital markets.
Exactly.
I recall a visit to South Africa soon after we rebased the economy and became the largest economy. And I was discussing with my South African friends, and they said to me, Frank, hey, you guys are now the bigger economy in Africa. That's fine for you. But ours, the South African economy, is the more developed economy in Africa.
Yeah.
And that really, it hit me like a bullet in my heart,
It's most industrialized.
And so there is a way that countries develop.
Yeah.
Countries develop by just a general reform of the system, creating efficiency. But some countries develop by building projects. For instance, Nigeria says now that they want to borrow to build power generating capacity to to raise capacity by about 10,000 megawatts. You can make a point like that.
Yeah.
You can build the plant.
Yeah.
You will be sure you would generate the revenue to pay back.
Exactly. So you definitely rub off on the economy for sure.
Or you want to borrow to build world-class hospitals.
Yeah.
You can make a case around that, and you can find creditors willing to support that kind of thing. But as I said earlier, Nigeria just borrows, and ultimately it looks at what we do is just borrow to pay salaries.
Exactly.
During Buhari's period, it was borrowing to pay for petrol subsidy.
Yeah.
Very reckless way of contracting debt for a nation with low revenues like Nigeria.
Yeah. If we're not borrowing to build railways to nowhere, we're borrowing to pay subsidies that are consumption based, that are not productive, they don't grow your economy in any way. It's quite a shame.
Anyway, we're going to bring our conversation today to a close. We have been very expansive in the issues that we have discussed today. We looked at Nigeria's growth momentum and the risk that it faces from rising insecurity. We then, of course, examined the fall in credit to the private sector, which is at an 18-month low. We thought it's worrying and believe that the central bank needs to begin to look at how to promote more growth. We then, of course, examined the more troubling issue of how 4 states in Nigeria have accumulated pension arrears that far exceed their revenues. In fact, in some cases, doubling their revenues. It's like just, bringing in people, some of their best people to work for them, and they are leaving them to die in penury. We then looked at the prospect for a rate cut, given that the Central Bank of Nigeria's Monetary Policy Committee will be starting its final meeting for the year today. Hopefully, tomorrow we will be getting news about the outcome of that meeting. We all are expecting, many economists indeed are expecting, that there will be a significant rate cut when that meeting concludes tomorrow. And then we closed with something that is both comforting and worrying, which is Africa's external debt map. Nigeria doesn't feature in the top 3, but some of us are asking the question, because Nigeria is not there, is that comforting? Does that show how poorly we're doing? But perhaps more importantly, while many of these countries are borrowing to build projects, Nigeria is borrowing to fund consumption, or borrowing to plug revenue gaps in the budget. And we don't know exactly. The executive doesn't say why it is borrowing, and the legislature is so inept, so unintelligent to even demand from the executive that it must specify the reason for which it is borrowing. Because it's the only way that you can measure it. What you cannot identify, you cannot measure. So whereas Nigeria is not among the top 3 in Africa in terms of external debt, the trend we see in the country is still indeed very worrying. We will close at this point. We hope you have enjoyed our 7th day of Business Week. We'll see you on Monday. Bye-bye.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship, or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache at businessdayonline.com.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
You're welcome back to the Big Story segment right here on Business Day Television, The Breakfast Show. Today, we turn our focus on Nigeria's long, complex journey towards true federalism. Joining us is Deji Olatoye, a lawyer, public affairs analyst, and partner at Lord Law Offices, whose recent Business Day article critically examines why Nigeria's federal structure remains contested and what reforms are urgently needed. We will explore the political, economic, and governance issues shaping this national debate. Thank you for joining us on the show, Mr. Olatoye.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
All right. So what inspired you to write this article, and why is the debate around true federalism resurfacing now?
Yes. Don't forget that we are currently on another round of constitutional amendments. There have always been, since 1999, that we came into this current democracy. And what inspired the article in particular is how we have fixated, we have allowed certain use of language or certain fixation to then freeze us into being more imaginative in actually redesigning the constitutional structure of this country. And in the article that you referred to which you referred, I took on the task of talking about our fixation on true federalism. That term, true federalism, that everybody talks about, but rarely. What it has done is that it gives there's this assumption in it that there is something, a particular thing that is called true federalism, rather than that there should be a fitting federalism for any federation that desires that kind of structure. So that's what inspired it. I thought that what it has done is to give even the cynical people who would not do anything the opportunity to say, well, everybody talks about true federalism, but nobody can define it. Why a former president of this country said that, So I thought the important thing is to in fact say, look, what are the real issues in this country? What are the factors that should determine how we divide power in this country. And not just in how we divide power, and also how we use it, including even in collaborating between people who hold powers on how they can use it. Because don't forget, the most important thing is that government is about service delivery to the people. So no matter how you divide powers, if you are not thinking about how you can use it properly to actually deliver service to the people, then it's a it essentially it's a jolly ride, that will give you good feelings, but leads to nowhere. So we need to think about not just structure, we also need to think about functional issues, how we can properly design this country, and how we can use those powers to deliver service to our people.
All right. In your assessment, what is the single biggest flaw in Nigeria's current federal arrangement?
Well, I think I'll start with the easy one that everybody agrees to, that the structure of the division of power in the country actually is not fit for purpose. A whole lot of powers that are held by particular tiers of government cannot be properly and efficiently used by them. First, for a number of reasons, and one of them in particular is that one of the principles of federalism, which is about decentralization, of government and taking power as close as possible, to the people, is that the more the tier of governments that are supposed to exercise certain powers should actually be as close as possible, to the people. So look at the security issue that we have, for example. We have our national security and our national defense institutions that seem not to be able to get a hang of it, and states, in part of the fact that you say that state governments, state governors are the chief security officer of their country, that is not aligned with any institution. In fact, you will notice that a few years ago, when the governors of a particular region in the country decided that they wanted to form a network, a security network, the Attorney General of the Federation took up issue at that time that even national security forces were not able to provide answers to these same governors. So you see, that mismatch, that people need to protect their people and unable to do so because they cannot even form institutions, that have sufficient power and that carry sufficient effectiveness to be able to do so. So that is number one. Number two is that no matter how optimally we think we divide powers in the country, there also needs to be cooperation. One of the things that we have not paid attention to in the country is also, models of cooperative federalism. Some of them that are already happening today, but because we are not talking about them in that sense, we are focused on division of power. And we believe that once we get the right optimal division of power, everybody can just run, their own agenda, and then we are going to be good. But there needs to be also cooperation, in terms of devolution of power, in terms of intergovernment fiscal transfer, in terms of even interstate compact, which is the example that I mentioned before of, particular governments saying we want to come together and form, an effective security force for our people, but that was ultimately weakened, because of the compromise that was reached later that it can only be formed on a state-by-state basis. All of these are things that we need to think about. Local government structure, for example, a whole lot of the problems that are happening in the middle belt of Nigeria, for example, could be solved by a proper design of our local government, And the last time I was with you, I was talking about local government structure, and now we blandly use the idea of local government autonomy broadly as a general rule, which I say, look, a local government should actually function almost as an organ of the state. The only exception to that is when you create autonomy for particular communities because maybe of their minority status and all of that, so that state governments, there are certain cost spheres that even state governments cannot interfere with in their running of the government. So if we have all of these things in perspective, I believe that is when we begin to actually talk about a proper redesign of the federal structure of this country.
All right. Many argue that Nigeria practices unitary federalism. Do you agree, and why?
Well, I hate hate is such a strong word. I do not like taking on, because once we allow ourselves, it's the same thing I said about true federalism. It's easy for somebody to say, if you say you want true federalism, it's easily dismissible. I mean, I can dismiss it and say, what does it mean? It doesn't mean anything. Or I ask you what it means, you say something, I ask somebody else proposing true federalism, he says, I say, well, you guys can't even agree, you know. So once you once you also say things like we are only passing a unitary federal structure, it's also easily dismissible. You know, we have a structure that we're practicing today that is not effective and that is not efficient, that doesn't deliver the goods, you know. Yeah, the center is very strong, but we have countries that have strong centers. But it so happens that those countries that also have strong centers also have strong states. In fact, they have strong cities. You know, an example is Americas. You know, some cities are very, very strong. But no matter how strong the city is, don't forget the new mayor of New York, who doesn't, I mean, himself and the president of America do not see eye to eye, but he's going to Washington. I mean, he's going to Washington in the next couple of days to actually see the president, because it's not possible to run an important city like New York without having, being able to, have some commonality, with the president on certain issues. And I also know that the president understands that. So there will always be cooperation and all of that. I do agree that in terms of division of power, we need to think about it. I mentioned it before, issues of security, states or at a minimum, regions need to be able to defend and also secure their people. And that's an issue that is very clear in the last so many years. The national architecture has failed the people. So yes, that it's very important to look at the division of power again, but more importantly, it's very important to also look at functional issues, and even areas where there needs to be cooperation, either vertically between the central government, the federal government, and the state governments, and also horizontally between states, regions, across regions, building joint infrastructure, managing them, looking at issues that are common to particular zones and dealing with them with sufficient economies of scale to be able to be effective. Yes, we need to look at all of that, but, there'll never be a time that you say, oh, it's unitary. I mean, I mentioned an example we talk about Britain being a unitary system of government. Functionally, Britain is a federation, but they did it by devolution. So yes, the center has all of this government, but because the center also realizes that, you cannot be making, laws for certain things in Wales or in Scotland, from London, or from Westminster. So you need to be able to devolve powers to this country. In fact, London perhaps runs as a core sphere of function, as in the government, the mayor of London, than many states, say in the Federation of Nigeria, the mayor of New York, So yes, it is the function itself. Now we decide to say which particular tiers of government can actually effectively and have sufficient skin in the game to actually effectively run this particular sphere of power, and we give it to them either by devolution, which is already happening in the energy sector, for example. So you see what's happening in the energy sector, where after so many years, federal government comes, to the realization that you need to give states, power to be able to regulate power, to be able to regulate the issues of power in their territories. Some of the states will be too weak to do that, and that's where something like interstate compact will come in, where I imagine that a few states can come together to actually be able to effectively use that power. Strong states like Lagos, will probably be able to do it, and they've taken a step, they passed the law and all of that. So all of these things are very important, rather than putting tag on it.
So how has centralized control of revenue and resources undermined state development?
Well, when you talk about centralized control of resources, we have in Nigeria what you call federation accounts, from which a certain formula a certain formula is applied to then distribute resources to the states. Of course, apart from funds that come from that source, states can also, in fact, local governments can also generate what you call their internally generated revenue. Now, one of the central purposes of a federal government actually is also redistribution, because yes, states have these functions, they're supposed to perform it, they're supposed to have funds, to perform it. And one of the things that central post has is to be able to say, how do we equitably distribute it, including even by what you call fiscal equalization. But what I find peculiar in the case of Nigeria is that sometimes you even have double dipping, where, for example, we have used something like population, as a major chunk of the fund that is coming to the states. And then we find other things to be, so we have equalization things like in ecological fund, you have equalization in things like matching funds that the federal government puts into the UB, Universal Primary Education, and all of that. If you ask me, I think the proper way to do it is that, since the whole purpose of making population a key factor in the distribution from the central post, what we should do is that, in my view, we should remove it as a general rule and then focus it on those functions. Education, we know particular areas of the country, there's a wide gap between the rest of the country and particular areas of the country, and there's a population factor in that. Then we need to look at how we put in funds specifically into that. There are particular areas of the country that have more ecological issues than others. We should use equalization to target, and because we haven't done that, we have not been effective in some of our fiscal equalization measures in Nigeria, because there's this broad fund that goes into states that they don't have to account for, whereas the assumption in making population very important is that you then be able to run services, for your people. You'll be able to give them education, you'll be able to provide health for them and all of that, but that is not happening. And so we need to create new institutions again, or new equalization measures again, to target those things, which again is not being effective. Look at the UB fund that I spoke about. There was a report recently that about over 200 billion left on the table by states that need, the funds, simply because they didn't put in the matching fund, So we need to think through all of these things in terms of how we distribute from that central post into the states.
All right. So, what practical steps do you think Nigeria can take to move from political rhetoric to real federal restructuring?
Yes. One of them is for us to ditch the labels, to just say, look, labels are not important. We have agreed that we are going to be a federation. What things should, affect, what factors should determine the structure, of our country? And we have, it's no longer rhetorical, it's no longer theoretical. The failure of governance at particular levels, is just there. States have failed in certain areas, the federal government have failed in certain areas. How can we distribute it? That's very, very important. So we need to look at, of course, fiscal allocation that we mentioned before, to make sure that where we're going to have equalization, it should be targeted. It shouldn't be just some balloon fund you give to states that they don't have to use to solve the problem that the population creates. So we need to look at that. So we should use equalization to target those things, both in states that have need and also for countering negative spillover. It means that some states that actually create opportunities are overwhelmed, because when you have negative spillover from failing states, it overwhelms facilities and the infrastructure in those other states. That's also one of the areas that we should be looking at in terms of our fiscal distribution. I've mentioned local government before. We need to redesign our local government system. States should strictly man their local governments, and federal government should take their eyes off it. But in terms of local government autonomy should be created strictly to actually protect minority groups within particular states, so that there's a cause here that cannot be. So you can't have the state government in the state capital imposing certain rulership, traditional rulership systems on minority communities and the rest of it. So we should look at that. In terms of distribution of power, we should look at where actually states and regions should be protecting their people. State police has been mentioned. Again, I don't think many of the states in Nigeria should be running their police, so we can adapt level, look at interstate compact where you have regional police structure, but that can be responsible to the people, of those regions. Then lastly, and I think an article is going to come on this, we should look at chapter 2 of the Constitution. I know my colleagues always talk about chapter 2, which is the fundamental objectives and directive principles of state policy, that actually make certain social development issues and making social investment actually a responsibility of government. And my colleagues usually fixate on that it's not justiciable. I don't think it needs to be justiciable. I think we just need to recognize this as, what I would argue as the primary policy document, social development document of Nigeria. Almost like our SDG that we had in the 1970s, before we even had the SDG in the last decade or so. Those are the things we should begin to look at. So how do we activate that and incorporate in fact, map our development agenda, rolling plans, and all of that to make sure that the targets in chapter 2 are met, and to set the target and the milestones, and when we are supposed to meet it. Those are things we should begin to look at in actually redesigning the Constitution.
All right, so do you believe Nigeria needs constitutional amendment or a complete constitutional overhaul to achieve true federalism?
Whatever we call it, amendment, complete overhaul, what's important is these issues that I've mentioned, because I saw, you would notice something has happened, and I did mention in the article that you referred to at the beginning of this conversation. You would notice that what has happened is that civic groups, are all about, let us have this, this big bang constitutional conference of constituent assembly where these key issues will be addressed, and we are going to make decisions, on them. And then you find governments, including politicians who, when they're in opposition, were part of the true federalism and having restructuring. Once they come into government, then you have the, stochastic, tinkering around the edges amendment. What is important is that we need to reconcile those two things. Whether it's going to be by way of amendment, we can no longer, ignore the key issues that government likes to say, oh, it's a no-go area, you cannot discuss that. Things like state police, by now, they are there, that is part of the security challenges of the country. State police is not out on the agenda. So whether it is government-led, government can no longer ignore, the important work that some very serious civic groups have done. Think about PRONAPO, that was led by Anthony Enaoro and Wole Soyinka. Think about what the Patriot led, now led by Chifanya Oku. Think about what they've done. Think about what different regions have done. Think about what Dawn Commission, has done in terms of the regional plan for its region. Think about what they have other institutions like that across the country. The Southeast Governors Forum, for example, that even at some point is collaborating with the Dawn Commission in the West. You cannot ignore this crisis and say you think around the edges and you go around the country. You don't even mobilize the people when important voices in all these constituencies are spoken, and they've identified key areas that need to be addressed. So we need to bring it together. If it's not going to be a conference, a government that is very serious to be able to draw up a proper agenda, for a serious amendment of the Constitution, based on all of the key issues that have been that have been identified by these very, very serious nationality and civic groups across the country.
So how would properly structured federalism impact national cohesion and reduce ethnic suspicion?
Resources from these areas should have a measure of contribution, first to the regulation of how those things are done, and also to sufficient fiscal allocation from them. These are the things, over a period of time, we can discuss all of these key issues. We discussed local government the last time. We could discuss cooperative federalism, how in spite of division of power, the center and the states, or state to state, can actually collaborate to jointly provide services to the people. These are the things, in my view, that restructuring, mean. How we then answer those questions, the principle by which we answer them, are the things we need to discuss.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. It was really good to have you on The Big Story.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And that's where we wrap things up on the Big Story segment of our breakfast show. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for the social listening segment. Just stay with us.
You are watching Business Day Television.
And you're welcome to the social listening segment on Business Day Television Breakfast Show. I am Deborah Eze, and here with me is
Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka Valentine. Always a pleasure doing this with you.
We're making some funny jokes before the camera came back on, but
Yeah, he was saying he feels as a comedian, but he's doing so well, as a broadcaster. And I'm sure we agree. If we just do say so ourselves, you're really doing so well.
But some would disagree that I have a very sharp mouth.
But do you not?
Well, it comes with the job. What can we say?
No, it comes with you, Valentine Onyeka.
Again,
speak for yourself.
You must be known for something. If you look at it, really.
And you want to be known for a sharp mouth?
No, for a good kind of sharp mouth, not the bad one.
Oh,
good one.
okay.
I'm a good guy.
Okay. All right. Let's
until
again. Until
some people eat money, then we'll talk about it.
All right. Let's see how much of a sharp mouth Valentine have as we take a look at our stories on the social listening. All 38 worshippers abducted from Christ Apostolic Church in Eruku, Kwara State have regained their freedom after days in captivity. They were released on Sunday following coordinated efforts by the Army, DSS, police, and local vigilantes. The attack happened on November 18th during a church service, leaving 3 worshippers dead. Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak announced the release and praised President Bola Tinubu for what he called a firm and hands-on response. Security has now been reinforced in the affected communities. There is still no information on arrest. Let's take a look at what netizens are saying about this story. The first reaction from Dobby, and he said, "Day, that's a terrorist. Adopt the nation panics. Negotiation happens in the shadows. Victims are released, and everyone returns to business as usual. This cycle of impunity is exactly why terrorism thrives in Nigeria. No arrest, no consequences." And second from Victor, he says, "People will rush to celebrate the release without asking basic questions. Who held them? Who negotiated? Who carried out the release? Why is there no one in custody? Why does every kidnapping case end in silence? And why do the abductors always disappear after every release?" And we also have from Director Leiki, and he said, "News of kidnapped victims being rescued sure gives relief, but news of the kidnappers and or bandits neutralized brings maximum satisfaction. Anything short of the latter we merely celebrate. Wait for the next attack, then rinse and repeat." And the final one from Dr. Kokola said, "We have seen my auntie and my cousin, the victims of Eruku CAC Kwara State kidnapping. It's confirmed. They are free."
Right.
I wanted to say that, this is actually good news, but why am I still sad?
Okay, so first and foremost, to our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces and our wonderful country of Nigeria, want to say thank you for the great job, for swinging very quickly and in putting your travel aside to be able to stand in to make sure home is not on fire and to make sure that security personnel, moved quickly to rescue the kidnapped, people from the church.
Yeah.
And the way you responded, we appreciate and we say you're a great father. But there's a but to it. The but here is that, can we move to a point where we can prevent it? I will explain. You see, there's what they call trauma. Trauma doesn't leave you on time. If you ever be traumatic, I don't pray anyone gets traumatic, but for those who are going through trauma, right, you can speak to those who are victims of either rape or victims of some attack or some look, when something grave happens to you and you survive it, you will survive it physically, but mentally it remains with you for a long time. That is an issue that can be mitigated by making sure that this doesn't happen again. It's not as if we can hit 100%, crime-free country. No country on this planet is crime-free 100%. But we can be able, like I said, again, be able to curtail it to some level. We are at a dire time where anything that happens hits the international, limelight, because everyone's looking at Nigeria now. Let's not give those who are trying to key in to any bad news as an opportunity to run Nigeria down. Let's not give them that opportunity at all. So, like, I've congratulated our president for moving very quickly. Also, we see testimonials of family members who have said they've received that their aunt is free and
loved ones.
But that video is still up there. It might sound strange, but can we also be able to make sure such videos don't hit up?
Holly, I think these are not the issues. These are secondary.
I'm coming somewhere. I'm coming somewhere. So before something becomes an issue, right? First and foremost, it's looked down upon. These ones I mentioned right now, we'll be looking down upon for a long time, which is why now it's becoming an issue. So the question moving forward is that because we'll have it, I'm not praying for it to happen again tomorrow, but we'll have other issues tomorrow. This is life we're talking about. How can we assure the citizens that business can continue as usual? Remember, as a business station, we want to see where different people are running their businesses and it's growing the economy of the country. If a particular area or local government is seen as a no business area, do you know the amount of money that will be lost, not generated from that place, that could have helped those people in that area? Having said so, which means we must now be what we call proactive, no longer reactive. Yes, it's good that we can say our president mentioned this thing quickly. They could move, and then rescue those people. Great. I wish we had this kind of strength of moving very quickly when the Chibok girls were kidnapped. However, we learn every day, right? Having said so, can we now have cameras in all schools? Do you know there are cameras that with your phone? I don't think we have the personnel. The government has infrastructure on ground that can monitor how many schools do we have in Nigeria. Let's just say we have 20,000 schools, for instance. Are you telling me that we can't have a department that will monitor the whole 20,000 schools, place cameras in different places? You see the amount of money that we've lost in trying to settle bandits, run to billions? What if we buy cameras in all those places where before bandits or whatever it is begin to run through, right, an alarm is sent out? In Israel, they do have, the Israeli government has the Iron Dome, where if a missile is coming in, right, an alarm is heard. Everybody goes and ducks for cover. Can we have cameras where as soon as we see some unscrupulous elements moving, immediately information is cut across, and then everybody runs for cover? Security personnel react immediately, but they will not put cameras because some people are benefiting from this banditry.
Okay, so your point is quite understood, but I still maintain that it's very secondary. We're not asking the right questions. We should be asking the right questions. Why does every kidnapping end in silence? You cannot kidnap 38 people and then you tell me that, oh, tada, they've been released. Who kidnapped them? Was a negotiation, did a negotiation go down for their release? And if it did, what was the term of the negotiation? Who are the ones perpetrating this kidnap? Where exactly did you get these people? Where was the point at which you saw them and then you rescued them? That should be the questions you should be asking. So
there's a gray area.
Exactly. We can now talk about maybe cameras and what is the solution going forward. But the issue that's happened, how is it that we have these people already? How is it that they were rescued? What kind of magic happened? You can't just come and say, oh, they've been released, oh, thank God, oh, the president, thank you very much. No, that's not how it works. we are not babies. You need to be accountable to whatever it is that you are doing. Like I said, we are not kids. You can't just wake up and say, okay, your person that got missing, here it is. I have it now. You can have it. No, you need to answer questions.
So
these questions, they need to be answered. That is why I said, when I started, I said, I don't know why I feel so sad for a story that an happening that should be good news. I feel very sad about it because you can't just wake up and say, oh, people that the whole world saw were actually kidnapped, because the whole world actually saw that video, and then you now wake up tomorrow and say, they've been released.
For what is
no, you need to be very accountable.
I think for us to hold the government accountable, right, we get to a point what we call review and reconciliation. Now, in this particular reconciliation discussion, where let's now look at what happened and how issues, how it unfolded, who, if since they've gotten the people back, can we now see those who perpetrated the crime? Have they been arrested?
Exactly.
All this is now subject to follow-up. We agree. But right now, can we first and foremost be able to mitigate the fact that they are going through trauma first? Because the truth of the matter is this: if they rescue those people, did they actually apprehend the people who kidnapped them? If they did, then we have suspects on ground. But if they didn't,
there are no suspects on ground.
Hold on. So if they didn't, right, and they claim that they escaped on their own, which means there's a gray area somewhere.
They've been rescued. It's different from they escaped on their own.
I'm coming. I'm just using that as an example. So they were rescued. Were they, in a building or in a place where they were?
You are tired.
I'm tired. But I'm just question. So now let's not ask the public now, those who are watching. The question now is that if they were rescued, were they rescued from the hands of people who kidnapped
them?
Now
you're speaking my English. You're speaking my language now.
It's a build-up now. We're on the same page here.
No.
It's a build-up. So the build-up now is that, I started by explaining, look, let us first and foremost give, kudos to those who actually went and rescued them. Now, what's next step? Can we now know, right, have details of the people who did this, kidnapped these people? Can we now know their location? What's the follow-up story? Can we now know in detail? But this kind of thing, you should understand that the way the government works and security personnel work, they don't work the way we media people work. We get information, we dish it out. Let me tell you. You see, if they have to dish out information every second, I tell you, these bandits might end up being ahead of them.
And okay,
hold
on. They
couldn't
hold on to not dish out the information about the Kebbi students that were kidnapped, and they came out in front of international TV to actually say, "Oh no, we know their whereabouts and we're working on it." What do you call that?
But again,
we should stop making excuses
for the government. But then again, But then again, right? You see, let's apply the carrot and stick approach here. They have been rescued. We are happy. What next? Can we now know how everything played out? Give them some days. It was just yesterday they announced it. Give them some days. Let's now see and come back to this story.
In a sane clan, you don't give security personnel some days.
Why not?
With how they were rescued, they give you information of the suspects that are in custody, if the suspects were gone down, or there were no suspects at all, or the exact place, the latitude of where you actually saw those people, so people can actually avoid that space. Now we don't know anything.
So what's that conversation?
You're here saying
hold on. So the conversation here is that you needed for them to come out and give us 100% information, right? Let me tell you the truth of the matter. How these people work. Don't forget, anything you put out there, the so-called bandits are also watching. Imagine you saying, we have the guys who did this thing, and we have them locked up. Guess what?
I like how you are agreeing with me.
And see the flip side.
At the same time, I like it. Anyways, let's move on from the story. The Christian Association of Nigeria has declared December 7th as a nationwide day of prayer against Christian genocide. The association says churches across the country will lead a unified prayer session for peace and protection as insecurity continues to rise. Khan listed the focus area for prayer, including an end to the killings of Christians, safe return of displaced people, the defeat of terrorists and kidnappers, and the restoration of peace nationwide. The association made a similar call back in 2014 during the height of the insurgency. Now let's take a look at what netizens are saying concerning this development. Now the first one from Mazi Uche Okeodo, he said, prayer can give comfort, but it will not stop those who are armed and determined to arm.
That's my point.
Every person must be ready to protect themselves and their communities, because safety depends on action as much as hope, and relying only on prayer leaves the vulnerable exposed. Another reaction from Onyedi Kachi Ngidi, he said, prayer is not passive, it is an active force. It precedes action and fosters execution. So after we pray, someone has to tell us what God is directing us to do. To sheath our sword and wait for his action, or to unsheath our sword and follow his direction. Christians, unite. Another reaction from Teddy Baba said, why I'm not against prayers, it is potent also to know that if we add all the churches in Nigeria together, their population is enough to make any sensible government sit up. But because some of them are partisans, they have resorted to prayers instead of street protest. And finally, Adeni Eso said, they should remember that bandits invaded the church during service and kidnapped innocent worshippers. What we need is a strategic or military intervention, not the declaration of prayer warriors. I totally agree with all of the reactions from that story. Prayer is actually passive. You can only pray concerning, how will I put this, when there is like a way. You can see a way. You only pray for guardians. Oh, is this way? Should it be this way? Should it be that way? Not when you've not seen the way and you're like, okay, can the way just appear? Prayer is not Nigeria's problem. For someone who actually grew up in a Christian home, I grew up in MFM, so you can imagine the amount of prayer. They have like a session, 1 hour for every program where you get to pray for Nigeria. You can imagine how big just MFM is. You can imagine the number of Christians that actually take 1 hour for every, if you have like a gathering 4 times a week, we are dedicating 1 hour to actually pray for Nigeria. And I've been doing that for the longest part of my life. I'll actually say prayer is not our problem.
So they say
government is our problem.
Yes, they say prayer is the key, but I can tell you for a fact.
Not in that aspect.
Hold on. I'll tell you now. Let me land. They say prayer is the key, but I can tell you for a fact, prayer is not the only key. As far as I'm concerned, when it comes to security network and dealing with bandits, and dealing with terrorism in our nation, can we keep prayers aside and tackle it the way it should be? It appears that at some point in time, we allow ourselves to be compromised. And this level of compromise is what is eating us deep. When you know, if we go here, we'll get this down, bring it down, and we'll be able to record success. We'll get this put down, have them, eradicated and erased. But we'll first and foremost waste time praying. Yes, I said it. You waste time praying when you know that these insurgents are out there causing mayhem. Look, I will say this, I'll say it again. If we turn those gatherings into proper motivational speech that can actually get people to move and act, and if you see something, say something, our country will be a very, very fantastic country. And this is the interesting part of everything. There's a saying that goes this way, that look, 1,000 lions led by a sheep, right, will never go anywhere. But 1,000 sheep led by a lion can create some formidable force that you will never ever be able to understand. This is what we need. Look, we understand the complexity in our nation. And like Woloshenka rightly said, right, that, Donald Trump cannot just come out and now say guns are blazing and everything. That this country has its complexity. It's a complex country. So we're a complex country, right? And so the question now is, now at least we understand the givings of how our nation is wired. Can we now say, since people respect those in the clergy, since people respect clergy people, since people respect people who are, religious heads, can we have a cohesive meeting with those religious heads, whether it is Islamic group or Christian group or traditional group, come together and say, look, enough is enough. can we go back and infuse into your doctrine the doctrine of security, the doctrine of if you see something, say something, the doctrine of help the security personnel to fight those issues?
Well, but on the flip side, would you blame the Christians though? You know, you only fight the way you know how to fight. Right. Like the way you know how to fight is your sharp mouth.
Do I really have sharp mouth?
But you confirm it now. So you only fight the way you know how to fight. Right. If prayer is the only way the Christians know how to fight, if you don't have your sword, if you don't have your cutlass, you don't have your gun, then maybe you actually resolve to prayer. Because like I said, I know prayer is not for someone who has been always praying for Nigeria. I will tell you that prayer is not Nigeria problem.
If prayers could make us the biggest economy in this world, by now we'll be unrivaled by any country.
Of course, definitely.
But I'm sorry, we need more industries and more equipment to fight bandits.
Christians would
unless
religious
houses.
Yeah, that's what I said. They would only do what they can do. Like, take for instance the choir kidnapping. They were in church on Sunday now. They were there lifting holy hands and praying to God.
I want to say something, but I dare not say what I want to say.
Okay, and praying to God. So
did the kidnappers succeed?
They did succeed, of course.
Did any thunder come to stop them?
That's what I'm saying. You would only, now this is something, and I'm sure you agree with me, you only fight the way you know how to fight. And if Christians actually say December 7th, they should all come together to actually pray. And why am I laughing? They should all come together to actually pray, then so be it.
Right.
This fight, we can't do it alone now. If prayer will solve it, the government will solve it, the Muslims to do their own prayers, the traditional worshippers do their own prayers for it to be solved. By all means, let us, take it all away.
Okay, you say by all means, let's
Yes. Well, that's all on social listening today. We looked at the rescue in Kwara, CAN's nationwide prayer call for December 7th. My name is Deborah Eze. I didn't do this alone, of course.
Onyeka Valentine.
Join us again tomorrow on Business Day Television Breakfast Show. Have a beautiful morning.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour. I am Glory Brown, and here are the top business stories making headlines today. CBN raises 17.6 trillion naira debt, settles 14.7 trillion naira in 11 months of 2025. Analysts see further rate cuts as Monetary Policy Committee holds final 2025 meeting. Chams Holdings Company boosts share capital to 6.65 billion after major private placement. Naira slips to 1,456.7 naira per dollar. Let's begin with the news in Nigeria, where the Central Bank of Nigeria executed 17.59 trillion naira in primary market sales and recorded 14.72 trillion naira in payments between January 2nd and November 21st, 2025, according to CBN's latest transactions data obtained by BusinessDay. This resulted in a net liquidity absorption of 2.87 trillion naira within the period under review, indicating the government borrowing pressure and the CBN's aggressive liquidity management drive as part of its monetary tightening stance to curb inflation and stabilize the naira. Primary market activity moderated in the second quarter. April saw primary market sales of 1.54 trillion naira and repayments of 60.02 billion naira in May. Sales reached 1.51 trillion naira, with payment rising to 1.29 trillion naira. Issuance dropped in June to 7.02 billion naira, while payments totaled 954 billion naira. The fluctuations reflected shifts in maturing securities and government financing needs. Between November 1st and 21st, PM sales reached 1.64 trillion naira, while repayments were closely aligned at 1.61 trillion naira. The narrow difference reflected balanced funding and repayment activities ahead of December's scheduled auctions. Moving on, analysts are projecting an average rate cut of more than 100 basis points as the Monetary Policy Committee begins its final meeting for 2025 today, Monday, continuing into Tuesday with expectations driven by the steady decline in inflation and exchange rate stability. The anticipation of a significant policy shift comes as the Central Bank of Nigeria, in a notice released on Thursday, confirmed that the 303rd MPC meeting will be held over 2 days in Abuja. According to the notice published on its website, the meeting is expected to provide committee members with an opportunity to review economic developments and assess policy actions aimed at strengthening monetary and financial stability. All analysts polled by BusinessDay forecast a rate cut, though with varying projections, citing the slowdown in inflationary pressures and improved exchange rate stability as strong justifications. Meanwhile, Chams Holding Company PLC has listed 1.9 billion additional ordinary shares on the daily official list of the Nigerian Exchange Limited, boosting its market capitalization to 21 billion naira. The company confirmed the listing via a notification issued on the NGS to trading license holders last week and ended Friday, November 21st. This exercise lifts the company's total issued and fully paid up shares from 4.6 billion to 6.6 billion and thus improve the company's capital base for further investment in digital infrastructure, identity verification technologies, and expansion initiatives across its subsidiaries. The stock has shown considerable volatility in recent months. Charms reached a very high of 4.67 naira on October 7th, but retreated to 3.15 naira by November 21st, slightly recovering from a 3.0 naira low recorded on November 11th. The company's share closed the latest and last trading session on Friday, November 21st, 2025 at 3.15 naira per share, representing a 1.6% rise from the previous close of 3.10 naira. Still on, the naira recorded a negative trading performance during the week as the naira weakened by 0.99% at the official Nigerian foreign exchange market to 1,456.7 naira per dollar as of Friday from 1,442.4 naira per dollar in the previous week. At the parallel market, the currency traded weaker within the range of 1,470 naira per dollar and 1,475 naira per dollar. According to reports, the naira moved within a noticeably wider trading band this week, fluctuating between 1,440 and 1,460 naira at the official window as softer inflows met firmer dollar demand. By the close of trading, the currency had weakened by 0.98% to close at 1,456.72 naira per dollar. A similar movement was seen in the black market where the naira slipped marginally by 0.20% to 1,475 naira per dollar. Despite multiple CBN interventions, persistently elevated demand continued to weigh on the currency, pushing the exchange rate weaker from 1,442 naira per dollar at the previous week's close to 1,456.7 naira per dollar by Friday. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria indicated that the reverse moved from $43.64 billion on 14th November to $44.19 billion as of Thursday, a 1.26% increase in days. You're watching the Business News Hour. We'll take a short break and return with more stories. Stay with us.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business, environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour right here on the BusinessDay television. Now, moving on, a total of 149.5 metric tons, equivalent of 194.35 meter of petroleum motor spirit, popularly known as petrol, entered and will land in the country through various ports between Friday, November 21st and Tuesday, November 25th, 2025, according to reports. This development comes days after the federal government announced the postponement of the 15% import duty on petrol import. According to reports, in October, President Bola Tinubu had approved the introduction of a 15% ad valorem import duty on petrol and diesel imports into Nigeria. The initiative is aimed at protecting local refineries and stabilizing the downstream market, but it is likely to raise pump prices. In a letter dated October 21st, 2025, reported publicly on October 30th, 2025, and addressed to the Federal Inland Revenue Services and the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Tinubu directed the immediate implementation of the tariffs as part of what the government described as a market-responsive import tariff framework. The price cut came amid the federal government 15% import tariff on refined fuel, a policy that was accepted to further widen the price gap between imported petrol and locally refined products in favor of the latter. However, the government suspended the policy by shifting it to next year, a development that spot imports by dealers are seen in the surge in the past few days, as well as the millions of liters being expected into the country on Monday and Tuesday. Away from that story, the Office of the Auditor General for the Federation has uncovered 28 major financial irregularities linked to the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, involving 30.1 billion naira, $51.6 million, 14.3 million pounds, and 5.70 million euros in questionable payments, undocumented expenditures, and breaches of financial regulations. When converted to naira, the total amount is about 61.1 billion naira. The red flags contained in the Auditor General's 2022 annual report on non-compliance detailed transactions carried out during the 2021 financial year across the NNPCL and its subsidiaries. The report, which has been transmitted to the National Assembly, accuses NNPCL of weak internal controls, unauthorized tax infractions, irregular procurement, abandoned projects, and settlements. According to the Auditor General's office, the findings reveal systematic gaps that continue to expose public funds to unnecessary risk and cases where documents were missing, payment lacked justifications, and where approvals were absent. The spending clearly violated the law. The office insists that recovery actions and appropriate sanctions must now follow. In a major development, Nigerian stock market is witnessing renewed enthusiasm from local investors, with more than 2.124 million new retail investment accounts opened by November 18, 2025, the strongest growth in 7 years. Business Day analysts show a fluctuating but upward trend in the new retail participation. The source reflects improving market confidence as policy reforms, technological access, and simplified onboarding processes draw more first-time investors into equities. Analysts say the rise signals a shift towards broader financial inclusion. Brokerage firms report increased activity on digital trading platforms, driven by young investors seeking higher returns amid rising inflation and limited savings options. Market liquidity has also improved as more retail players entered the system. However, experts warn that sustained growth will depend on regulatory stability and continued investor education to reduce risk and strengthen long-term market resilience. Finally, to end the business news hour, Nigerians' educational challenges have once again come into sharp focus as fresh figures reveal that citizens spent no less than $1.39 billion on foreign schooling in a 6-month period, highest since 2021. According to balance of payment report from Central Bank of Nigeria, Nigerians spent a total of $1.39 billion on foreign education in the first half of 2025, which shows a notable rise compared to 2024. These figures represent a 20% rise in dollar terms and a 38% increase in naira based on an average exchange rate of 1,553.6 naira per dollar during the period. The surge in education tourism migration is seen to reflect the country's persistent dwindling education space amid insecurity and other challenges. More disturbing, according to CBN data, is that while Nigeria expects huge amounts to educate its citizens in foreign countries, it attracts little or no foreign students to Nigeria's tertiary institutions. Christopher Umbere, an educationalist, said the drive for foreign education among Nigerians is a reflection of the country's falling standard of learning and the hard economic realities on ground. And with this, we've come to the end on the Business Day Television Business News Hour. I am Glory Brown. Thank you, and keep watching Business Day Television.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking. And I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this debt anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Your name and your destination.
Okay, my name is Olalekan Isiaka, aka Swanky. I'm a fine artist.
Alright, good. Alright, today's exhibition is really, really revealing. It's unveiling, it's everything and more. So, coming up with this creativity, what brought about this inspiration? We heard you speak about, your journey so far. And finally it's happening now. So what will you have to say?
Okay, I was inspired by the parable of the talents, and I felt I should do something to really inspire that can boost people's faith, especially the time that we are now. People need healing, and I believe that at this time we don't need to walk by sight, we have to walk by faith. So what can we do? What can I do through my talent, to inspire people? So that's why I came up with pieces like this. When you look through all the pieces, you see moments that defy the natural, so that's the idea.
Okay, so moving forward, are we going to be seeing more of this? Is this the birth of something great in the future? And what words of inspiration do you have for coming up? I mean, people that have talents like this.
Yeah, so we are looking forward to having more of this. So more of this will come, yes. And my advice to artists is your work, your painting. How does it affect? How does it affect people? So painting for me is not just for the aesthetics, but it should be able to inspire people.
All right, thank you so much. Name and your designation, sir.
My name is Shagun Williams. My designation, as in my gender,
Who are you?
mayor.
What do you do?
Well, I'm an interior decorator and also a venture capitalist and social entrepreneur.
Okay, good to know.
A lot of title for nothing.
I heard you speak the other time, and I must say that you've got it. You've got the words, and you've got the inspiration. You've got everything to, help people move forward. Now, in this regard, this is a whole lot of creativity that has just played out here by Mr. Olalekan Isiaka. What would you say? I mean, in support of this whole, creativity and the reality that is playing out today.
Okay, so beyond the tapestry and the collage of colors, we can see in display very intentional creativity. But see, what defines a thing is the spirit behind it, not what we see. The Bible says that the weapons of our warfare, they're not carnal, but they are carnal weapons that we see. But there's something greater behind the sin that propels the weapon. The engine, the brain, the spirit that motivates what we use in actual physical combat. And what Leko has done, his ideology stems from his revelation and understanding of the hidden nuggets of life encrusted in scripture, but also by revelation of his journey. We know a man who has been plagued with so many ups and downs and gone through the travesty of life will come out refined with better understanding of what life is about. So it's not about the gleam and the glance. There's something behind the scene that I want people to connect with. That's the spirit of truth. And even by the lexicon, the hues that heal means that we need healing. But there is a fragrance that will heal us. It is not in the intellectual capacity of what we have or what we have built by our own labor. There is a divine grace and ability that is found in Christ, that if we can tap into it, we'll find the healing that we require.
Yeah. Now, I've seen a lot of gospel being displayed in this artwork, and which is very, very inspiring.
Yes.
And it goes a long way. There's an undertone of strong message. How would you encourage this to continue, like from other artists and people that claim to be creative, minded?
Okay, so the word gospel is very interesting because the word in itself means there's something that is good that you are bringing to people, and I think that anybody that brings a possibility of love, peace, harmony, joy, a vindication that even in the cacophony of bad things that we have around us, God is still present. He's still the Prince of Peace. He's still reaching out even in the chaos. You see, the thing about being a child of God, I don't want us to call it to define it only in a strict sense of gospel, but the reality that humanity aches for something. We all cry, we all feel pain, we all feel the pangs of loss. We all see the travesty of life that we are going through in Nigeria. There is a truth that we need to connect with. And I say to artists that beyond the return on investment, beyond the money you're going to get, let your work have purpose and meaning. Let it go beyond the mundane. Be motivated by something. That your work becomes seeds that even when you are gone, it still speaks. Now we talk about Fela Nicola Kuputi and we call him a prophet of our time. Why? The words he spoke, even under the influence of barbiturates, resonates. Why? He was speaking from humanity. He was speaking truth to human existence. So in whatever we do, let us speak truth. Let us not be cowed, intimidated or bashful or form a narrative just because we want a return. Let us be bold to break the narrative and speak truth. That truth will define who you are, and that's legacy, isn't it? At the end of the day.
Thank you so much. So one more time, your name again.
Shagun Williams.
Okay.
Oluwasegun Babafemi David.
Okay.
Williams.
So may we meet your name and your designation?
Okay, my name is Toby Makinde. I'm an actor and filmmaker.
All right, good to have you here. Come support your very own.
Yeah.
So the level of creativity that has played here this evening, what are the words of encouragement you have for the creator of this exhibition?
Okay, first of all, let me put it out there. The person who invited me, of course, the exhibitor, is a friend, is a brother, and I've always been a fan of his works. So I'm not surprised by the level of creativity I've seen here tonight. It's my first time seeing him do his arts, in terms of like paintings. I worked with him on film sets. I've seen his level of creativity, but this is the first time I'm seeing this. And then it is faith-based. It makes me even more curious to see, what he has done, and I've seen it and I love it. It's absolutely amazing. We should sometimes do our works to propagate the gospel. I'm a believer as well, so I love what he's doing here today.
Thank you so much. Okay, so your name again and your destination.
Okay, my name is Toby Maginde. I'm an actor and filmmaker.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you.
I mean, the inspiration that Lekon has, and then you coming to support him. What more inspiration can you give on this?
Okay, well, actually, I'm just coming in, and we all know that Lekon is my person. Lekon is so creative, is really, really intelligent. Lekon is someone that knows what he wants when it comes to creativity. And anytime we work together, because he works as the art director on most of my projects, and anytime we work together, he brings on his A game. And so I'm not expecting anything less today. I can see the beautiful paintings, and I see he's big on collaboration. I can see a lot of African prints, Ashoke. I can see food, people coming up with their stuff here. So I just want to say congratulations, Lekon. Well done. I wish you more of this. This you have to do every year. It's a good start, a brilliant one. Well done.
Thank you so much.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, we're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this debt anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs
Good afternoon and welcome to the Business Day television news at noon. I am Amanda Imosibue. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Let's see what's making headlines. Nigerian states owe contractors, retirees 1.06 trillion naira despite record allocations, report says. Naira slips to 1,456.72 per dollar. 38 abducted Kwara church worshippers regained freedom. US and Ukraine signal peace plan progress after Geneva talks. EPL, Eze hat-trick sinks Tottenham, sends Arsenal 6 points clear. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where states across Nigeria owe contractors and retirees a combined 1.06 trillion naira in outstanding obligations, despite receiving record revenues in 2024, according to new data from Budget's 2025 State of State reports. The report shows that contractors' arrears stood at 434.87 billion naira, while pension and gratuity arrears amounted to 626.81 billion naira, underscoring persistent fiscal strain at the sub-national level, even as federal allocations more than doubled and many states recorded higher internally generated revenue. 30 states reported owing either contractors or retirees during the 2024 fiscal year, as 26 carried contractor debts, while 27 reported unpaid pensions and gratuity. Only 3 states, Borno, Kano, and Nasarawa, recorded no arrears in either category, while Kaduna State emerged as the highest debtor with a combined 139.36 billion naira owed in 2024. Moving on, the Naira recorded a negative trading performance during the week, weakening by 0.99% at the official Nigerian foreign exchange market to 1,456.72 per dollar as of Friday, from 1,442.43 per dollar in the previous week. At the parallel market, the currency traded weaker within the range of 1,470 per dollar and 1,475 per dollar. According to reports, the Naira moved within a noticeably wider trading band this week, fluctuating between 1,440 and 1,460 at the official window as softer inflows met firmer dollar demand. By the close of trading, the currency had weakened by 0.98% to close at 1,456.72 per dollar. A similar movement was seen in the black market, where the Naira slipped marginally by 0.2% to 1,475 per dollar. Reports revealed that the Naira also traded largely bearish in the FX market for most of the week, pressured by strong early demand from investors seeking to cover positions. According to the report, despite multiple CBN interventions, persistently elevated demand continued to weigh on the currency, pushing the exchange rate weaker from 1,442.43 per dollar at the previous week close to 1,456.72 per dollar by Friday. Still on, Kwara State Governor Abdurrahman Abdurrazak has announced the release of 38 persons who were recently abducted during an attack on Christ Apostolic Church in Eruku, Ekiti State local government area of the state. This was revealed in a statement by the governor's chief press secretary, Rafiu Ajakaye, on Sunday. The governor credited President Bola Tinubu for his hands-on involvement in ensuring the victims regained their freedom. The statement recalled that the president had postponed his scheduled trip to the G20 meeting in South Africa to personally oversee security measures in Kwara and Kebbi states. The incident marked one of the largest mass abductions in Kwara's recent history and heightened concerns about growing bandit activities around the state borders in Kogi and Niger. The release comes days after security agencies launched an intensive combing operations involving soldiers, DSS operatives and special tactical squad units, SWAT personnel and anti-kidnapping operatives and local vigilantes. Also, the Office of the Auditor General for the Federation has uncovered 28 major financial irregularities linked to the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, involving 30.1 billion naira, $51.68 million, 14.3 million pounds, and 5.70 million euros in questionable payments, undocumented expenditures, and breaches of financial regulations. When converted to naira, the total reported amount is about 61.1 billion naira. The red flags contained in the Auditor General's 2022 annual report on non-compliance detailed transactions carried out during the 2021 financial year across the NNPCL and its subsidiaries. The document was obtained by our correspondent on Sunday. The report, which had been transmitted to the National Assemblies, accuses NNPCL of weak internal controls, unauthorized environments, tax infractions, irregular procurements, abandoned projects, and unsustained settlements. According to the Auditor General, these findings highlight systemic weakness that continue to expose public funds to void risk. In his words, where documents were not provided, payments were unjustified, as where proposals were absent, expenditure breached the law, insisting that recovery and sanctions must follow. To end the local news, the federal government has announced that the first 47-kilometer section of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway will be open to traffic in December 2025. The Minister of Works, David Umahi, disclosed this during an inspection tour of the highway on Sunday, stating that the opening is scheduled to take place between December 12th and 17th. Umahi noted that both the government and the contractor are limited to completing this section of the 750-kilometer highway, which connects 9 coastal states of the Federation. In a turn of events, the minister revealed that a recent court ruling clarified the status of Okengu Stella Winholm's claim on the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway project, striking out her suits for lacking merits. Umahi further explained that the Federal High Court held that Okengu and Winholm's Global Services Limited lacked the focus standing to institute the action, having admitted through the filings that they no longer held any proprietary interest in the land. Joining me is the editorial director for BusinessDay Television, Joshua Bassi. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Amanda, for having me.
Yes, so we have seen news on the coastal highway being opened in December. What is your take about it?
Thank you. Yeah, very interesting news to hear right now. Because you recall last week, Friday specifically, BusinessDay did a story during which we raised concern about the fact that Lagos State was going to shut down part of the Lekki-Ekpe corridor for reconstruction work. It was a story that a lot of people were expressed concern about. The fact that that road was going to be closed for construction work in December, and you recall the dirty December, issue last year, how big it was. I mean, so people are expecting that by this year, dirty December in Lagos will even be bigger than what we saw. Dirty December last year generated about 111 billion, the naira, the Lagos economy. So people are projecting that this year might be bigger, given the fact that the economy is a bit more stable this year than it was last year. So we expect that more people could be coming to Lagos, And so when the Lagos State government announced that they were going to shut that road, the Lekki corridor, for construction, I mean, it was only natural that people will express concern. And you recall Business, they did a story, like I said. What followed after that story is that Lagos State later, postponed that construction work they wanted to start. And then, of course, in the midst of all of that, concern was the Lagos Calabar Coastal Route, which the federal government has undertaken, and part of it anyway has been, especially the section 1 of it has been which is about the span about 47 kilometers, has been completed. And so there was even this concern that, look, if you shut down part of Lekki-Ekpe Expressway at the same time that the Lagos Calabar Coastal Way is not open to the public, look, you are going to subject people to very intense hardship. People, because that road and that access, there are so many people living on that access, and then, I mean, people will not be able to commute. It's going to be a standstill situation, a very difficult situation for people. But like I said, Lagos State has this. So, but again, so that the fact that the Minister of Works, Minister David Umahi, was in Lagos yesterday, and he went on the tour of the part of that Lagos Calabar Coastal Way, and then he announced that it will be open by December 12th, or thereabout, to the public. I mean, so it's a news that is a big relief for anybody, everybody in Lagos State, because one, Lagos State had earlier postponed the construction work they wanted to start. Again, we are also seeing the federal government now announcing that the Lagos Calabar Coastal Way will be open. What a relief that would bring to Lagos. So people can use both roads, the Lekki Corridor Way, and of course, and the Lagos Calabar Coastal Way. At least if you are not on this one, you can be on this one as well, for people who live around that area. So it's a big relief. It's a cheering news, and then we really welcome the news. And it must also maybe for once here actually commend the government, both Lagos State and federal government, for giving Lagosians a listening ear. Because we were like, look, Lagos, look, you're going to shut people in, and it's okay, fine. And then we also look, why not open the Lagos Calabar, highway, coastal highway, so I give some people alternative routes. And so we also seen the federal government announcing that road will be open. So it's a very, like I said, welcome development that will actually bring relief to people, especially, like I said, people live around that area. Especially, December is a time that, you have a lot of activity around Lagos. So if those two roads are, allowed free, and it means that people will be able to, move around, at least that area, freely, without getting stuck in traffic, like we've been witnessing sometime, in the past. So it's a big relief, and we really appreciate that the federal government has decided to open this road at last. They've been concerned about it. So look, if you have finished a section of this road, for God's sake, why not open it so that people can go through it, and then rather than get stuck on only the Lekki corridor. For those who can, access their homes, access their offices through the Lagos Calabar, open it, and it's relieving that that the federal government has announced that this will be open. Yes, it's a welcome development.
As much as this is a big relief from your words, in my own opinion, you halted. I felt personally that if you're halting this Lekki Aja project and opening the coastal way, it means that the Lekki Aja, so it's like substituting, right? You're substituting one project for the other. You're opening coastal highway for easy access, and then you're going to resume the Lekki Aja project. I don't know if that makes sense to your own understanding, but now, what do you think about that?
No, the Lagos State has announced that they will go back to it, but at least from what we heard them say, it might not be this December. It might be from January, right? And so we are saying that You know, December generally, December is a time where you have a lot of people, an influx of people, right? Because of different, you know, activities that you social event, business, social event basically around Lagos, you know, and so you're going to have a situation where roads are kind of, you know, people block the road because of those activities. There's nothing you can do about it. So we are saying that, look, because of the kind of event we are going to have in Lagos, that the construction work that was supposed to start on the Lekki-Ekpe corridor shifted. That's a relief. And then additional relief is also coming, right, that the federal government announced that the Calabar coastal road highway, you know, is also be open. So it means that people will be able, that's what I'm saying, there's going to be a relief. So it's not as if, you know, Lagos is going to start immediately. Now that this is no. I think it might be from January, and by that time, by January, the activities that we are talking about, the social activities, social events that we are talking about in Lagos would have nosedived really, you know, because by January, Lagos, people have, those who came from maybe outside the country for dirty December and what have you, they would have, you know, returned. And so there's some kind of less of activity around January. And so if the state government decide then to go back to the construction, the reconstruction work on the Lekki-Ekpe corridor, then it wouldn't be a problem with better traffic management, which they said they would do, and bringing in the, you know, traffic managers, last mile, you know, doing all of the things they can do. I mean, so it wouldn't be so much of a problem at that time, you know, compared to what it could be in December, which because of the social event that we are talking about here.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Joshua Bassi, the editorial director for Business Day Television. We'll go on a quick break now and we'll bring you the foreign news in details.
Attention business leaders, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. And now to the foreign scene. US and Ukrainian negotiators have drawn up an updated and refined peace framework and plan to continue intensive work on a peace plan over the coming days. The country announced this on Sunday. A joint statement said talks on a US-backed plan in Geneva has been highly productive. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that there has been a tremendous amount of progress on honing a US-backed plan, but there will still be some work to be done before any final agreement could be put to Russia. The plan's original draft, the details of which were leaked last week, was cautiously welcomed by Russia, but not by leaders in Kyiv and Europe, who saw it as too favorable to the Kremlin. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov revealed on Monday that Moscow has not yet received any information about the outcome of the US-Ukraine talks in Geneva. Also, the European Union has secured a fresh pledge of 15.5 billion euros to power a clean future across Africa. This includes a pledge made by President von der Leyen on behalf of Team Europe of over 10 billion euros, as well as a significant additional bilateral contributions by European financial institutions, member states and their development finance institutions, and estimated private investment mobilized. This follows a year-long campaign to mobilize investment in renewable energy in Africa, led by European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and South African President Cyril Ramaphosa. The campaign, organized in collaboration with the international advocacy organization Global Citizen and with the policy support of the International Energy Agency, was aimed at driving public and private investment in supporting the clean energy transition in Africa, expanding access to electricity, and promoting Africa's sustainable economic growth and decarbonized industrialization. The campaign also secured additional commitments that will generate 26.8 gigawatts generated renewable energy and bring renewable electricity to 17.5 million households who currently live without reliable access. Now to sports, Eberechi Eze bagged a sensational hat-trick as Arsenal moved 6 points clear at the top of the Premier League with a 4-1 demolition of North London rivals Tottenham Hotspurs at the Emirates Stadium. Eze, who came close to joining Spurs before signing for Arsenal in August, delivered a ruthless masterclass in his first North London derby. After Leandro Trossard opened the scoring, the England midfielder struck 3 superb goals to punish a shaky Spurs side and strengthen Arsenal's title charge. Tottenham briefly hinted at a comeback when Richarlison lobbed David Raya from 35 yards, but Arsenal were already 3-1 up, and Eze's third, a brilliant curling finish beyond Guglielmo Vicario, killed the game. The 27-year-old had made a relatively slow start to life at Arsenal following his £60 million move from Crystal Palace, but against the club he rejected, he delivered his best performance yet in red and white. To end the news, Galatasaray's president Dusan Özbek has provided fresh updates on Victor Osimhen's recovery ahead of the 2025 African Cup of Nations, which is scheduled to take place from December 2025 to January 2026. There have reportedly been concerns over Osimhen's availability for the tour after he picked up an injury during Nigeria's CAF playoff final against DR Congo for the 2026 FIFA World Cup last Sunday. Özbek has now offered reassurance, revealing that the prolific Nigerian striker is expected to return in December. Osimhen was ruled out of Galatasaray's Super League fixture against Gençler Birliği on Saturday, while the club remains optimistic about a swift recovery as he is projected to be fit for the high-profile Istanbul derby against Fenerbahce on December 1st. This is where I wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News at noon. I am Amanda Imosibue.
Good morning and welcome to the big story on Breakfast and Business Day Television Breakfast Show. I am Destiny Momo. In Osun State, local government allocations have been frozen for months. And this is
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. We
are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this debt anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile. your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Before love, before vows, before forever. Like our African parents who pull out their ears. Know your genotype. A simple test today can prevent lifelong complications tomorrow. Welcome to Health Matters, your #1 guide to health and wellness. I am Amanda Emosigwe. A general estimate suggests as many as 50% of Nigerians do not know their blood type. A 2023 study narrowed in Lagos showed that only 42.9%, which is less than 50% of young adults knew their own genotype, meaning over half were unaware of their status. With me here to discuss the life in your veins, the quest of knowing one's blood group and genotype is Dr. Wilson Ntag. Welcome, Dr. Wilson. It's such a pleasure to have you on the show.
Hello, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's delve into the heart of the matters now. Can you define the terms blood group and genotypes, and why are they fundamental?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. So it's quite a simple question. So blood group and genotype are many times lumped up together, but they mean completely different things. All right. So for the blood group is, they're kind of like antigens, right? So antigens are chemicals that are present on different cells in the body. All right. So don't forget that our interest here is the hemoglobin of the red blood cells, right? So their hemoglobin genotype, for example, hemoglobin, and for the blood group, everything is on the red blood cell. All right. So the blood group, they're like antigens that are present on the red blood cells, while the genotype, or the specifically hemoglobin genotype, is the genetic makeup, genetic composition of a person, basically. So that's a very simple, basic answer.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So, how do blood groups A, B, and O actually come about?
All right. So don't forget that I mentioned that we have antigens, right? So antigens are, like I said, they are chemicals that are present on the red blood cells. There are two types of antigens, right? There is the A antigen and there is the B antigen. All right. So both of them are the reason why we have the different kinds of blood groups. All right. So the A antigen is present on those with blood group A. All right. Only the A antigen is present on those with blood group A. All right. The B antigen is present only on those with blood group B. All right. While the AB antigen is, A and B antigen are present on those with the AB antigen. All right. Can you hear me? Just please confirm that I can still
hear you. I can hear you.
All right. All right.
Okay, so thank you for that. But before I ask my third question, can you please turn on your video, because we can't see you. We can hear you clearly, but we can't see you.
Can you see me now?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, awesome.
Okay, so let's go to the third question. Can a person's, now faith aside, can a person's blood group or genotype change over time, or is it permanent?
So the very simple and scientific answer to that is no. Is no. All right. I'm happy that you asked the question saying faith aside. All right. So faith aside, it's impossible for anybody's blood group or genotype to change. Right. So these are things that are determined before you are born, right, by your genetic makeup. Right. Genetic makeup comes from both your mother and your father, from both parents, and it determines everything about your life, your DNA. These are things that are embedded in your DNA. All right. So if the DNA of a person cannot change, all right, it's the same way that the genotype and the blood group cannot change. All right. It's just like asking if your aside external factors like surgery, or accidents, or this, the face being disfigured. It's like asking if your face can change over time. All right. That cannot happen, because all of that, your facial features, are all embedded in your DNA. Same way your genotype, your blood group will not change, cannot change. It's impossible for it to change. All right. Faith aside, right? Because these things are embedded in your DNA.
Okay, so let's talk genotype. Yes, from a research, I saw that there are 6: AA, AS, AC, SC, CC, SS. Funny thing is that I know about 3, but before we go to that, briefly explain to us why we are actually familiar with these 3, like just 3.
All right. So something we say in medicine, we say common things occur commonly. All right. And we are familiar. The simple answer again is that the reason why we are familiar with these 3 is because they're the most common. All right. AA is common, AS is common, SS is common. All right. So the C expression, the C traits, is not very common. All right. And so that's one of the reasons why we do not hear about any of the other 3 that has the C trait in it, within it. All right, but we have the S trait, the A traits. They are all very common, and so we can everyone that expresses either A or S or both of them is common.
Okay, so I just have this pressing question, because when I was reading, I saw that, the S, the sickle cell shape, this SS, it has a sickle shape. This C, does it have a particular shape? Like C now, does it have like a C shape or something?
No. So the interesting thing is that both S and C, they disfigure the red blood cell. All right. And the disfiguring of the red blood cell is what gives rise to the S shape with the S. All right. The C is just another way to express that this is a different kind of traits being expressed. Right. There's neither A or S. All right. So no, the sickling of the cell is particular to the S traits.
Okay, so let's narrow down now to, since according to what she said, the other 3 we are not familiar with is because they are not common. So let's narrow down to the 3 we are familiar with. So what do they mean in terms of health risk?
So when you say health risk, what exactly do you mean?
We just want to know, because we've heard that AA, they are the strong warriors. AS, it's a kind of mutation. So I just want to know their impact in one's health, and what it exactly means if someone is AS, AA, or SS.
All right. So all of these things we're trying to express that we are looking out for something, right? So the traits, so there are different things we need to define. There is the sickle cell traits. Sickle cell trait is somebody who has at least one S, right? If you have at least one S, that is AS, SS, SC, right? Any one of those, you have the sickle cell traits, right? The disease is particular to those who have SS genotype. All right, that is the sickle cell disease. So you can have the sickle cell traits, right, which is the AS, without the disease. All right. So so people who have AS, right, and who are AA rather, both of them are in quote strong warriors, right? They don't have the sickle cell disease. So in that light, there is no health risk to both people, both parties who are AA and AS. They don't have the sickle cell disease. Does the sickle cell traits, that is the S traits, does it affect your ability to fall sick or not? Right? That is a different question. Right? But if we're talking about the sickle cell disease, both the AA and the AS genotypes do not have the sickle cell disease, and you can, in your words, call them strong warriors.
So I will not call it a theory. Let's say a myth.
Okay.
So we've heard that people with AS, they are immune to malaria, unlike us strong warriors AA, that we always are prone to malaria. And I further saw that there's something about AS being a genetic mutation. This myth, debunk it, and if it's true, explain the process and why it is that the AA people are more prone to malaria than the AS people.
Okay, all right. So there is some truth to the myth. There's some truth to it. So let's go back to talk about the pathology or the pathogenesis of malaria itself. All right. So in the life cycle of the parasites, the malaria parasite, which is Plasmodium, right? That's the name of the parasite. Now, when it enters into the body, there are different stages of the infection, right? So there's a part of the life cycle where it needs to stay in the red blood cell. All right. Now, don't forget that the S traits, right, generally makes the red cell, the wall of the red cell unstable. And that is the reason why we said that, it's when there is the S traits present, right, or in sickle cell disease, for example, there is the sickling of the red cell. So it makes the wall of that cell unstable. Now, because malaria, the parasite for malaria really needs the red cell to complete its life cycle, right? The sickling of the red cell, both the sickling of the red cell and the unstable nature of the red cell in the presence of the S traits makes it difficult, right? As you can imagine, it will make it difficult for the malaria parasite to survive in the red cell at that stage of its life cycle. So making it, cutting short the life cycle, cutting short the malaria infection. All right. So when you say that people with the AS genotype rarely have malaria, I mean, for people who are listening to me who have the AS genotype, I'm sure that they would all confirm to you that at some point in their life they've had malaria, right? It doesn't stop the infection, right? Everybody, AS, everybody comes down with malaria, right? So what is affected many times is the length of the infection and your body's ability to fight against that infection, body's ability to recover quickly from that infection. And as I've said, that is due to the stability of the red cell in the presence or the absence of the SA phenotypical expression. There is an expression physically of the presence of the SS genotype. And so that is the expression, how it expresses in the body. That is the component of that expression is what is known as the sickle cell disease. All right. And then there are characteristics, there are symptoms and signs of the sickle cell disease, right? There are different syndromes, right, that come about from the sickle cell disease, right? So there is, what is the most common expression is the pain, right? There is terrible pain, right, which can lead to, or can be as a result of necrosis at different points. Necrosis meaning death, right, of cells or structures at different points, right? It's a whole, I don't want to go deep into the pathogenesis of the condition, but the physical expression of the presence of the double S, genotype is what is known as the sickle cell disease. All right, so someone who has 1S genotype is said to have the sickle cell traits, all right, but not the disease. There's no expression of that disease. All right, the expression of the disease can only happen when there is this, the double S, and in some cases, double S and C, SC genotype, or in very rare cases, the CC genotype.
So while I was, reading about this, I've seen that, as bad as we say the sickle cell disease is, there are some people who have SS genotype and then they rarely have crisis. What can you really say about that?
Okay, so the thing is, what we need to know is that there are factors that trigger the crisis, right? If you know anyone who is SS, who has the SS genotype, you can tell that they do not have the crisis all the time. All right, the crises do not occur around the clock, 247, right? Every day of their life, every day that they are alive, right? So usually there are things that trigger the crisis, right? The people need to be people who are, warriors, the sickle cell warriors. They need to be taught about these things. Their families, their parents, relatives need to be taught about some of these triggers. Common triggers are different kinds of infections. So if you have like a chest infection, for example, right, or sometimes even malaria, right? Some of these things can trigger the unstable nature of the red blood cell, making more cells in the body sickled up, right? When that happens, there are manifestations, different manifestations of a lot of the red blood cells sickling up, right? Different manifestations. So it reduces the ability of the blood to flow freely through blood vessels, right? Once that happens, is one of the things, it's called the can cause one of the things that can cause blood flow to slow down, right? Leading to different things, right? Different manifestations in different parts of the body. All right. So now if you can reduce or remove those triggers, if you can reduce exposures to infective organisms, protect them from things like sometimes for some people it's even cold, right? You can, if you can reduce exposure, you can limit exposure, you can reduce the crisis, right? So these are some of the things that can reduce crisis, right? So for people who are more regularly exposed to these triggers, there will be more and more crisis. For people who are not as often exposed to the triggers, there are less and less crisis.
Let's move to, the marital side. We've heard about compatible genotypes. So before I ask that question, I saw let's say some months back that, there were scientific innovations where SS partners could actually marry themselves. Now let's jump back to my initial question of compatible genotypes. With these innovations, these scientific innovations that, we have heard about, would you advise SS patients, because science is unlimited at this point, so would you advise, sickle cell warriors to actually marry themselves? Will you also advise AS and AS to marry themselves? Then what are the compatible genotypes? And if you don't believe in this scientific innovation, what are the implications of marrying someone with an incompatible genotype?
So that is a very interesting question, right? I have very unconventional views when it comes to genotype compatibility, right? My views are very unconventional. I believe that everybody in that situation need to undergo genetic counseling, right? And genetic counseling involves a lot, right? A lot of information, a lot of teaching, a lot of unlearning and relearning, right? In the environment where we find ourselves, right? The simple answer to this question is AS and AS should not marry, right? SS and SS should not marry, right? That is a simple answer. And that answer is good for the bulk of the population, right? It's good so that we can reduce, like I said, when I started this conversation, one of the things I said is that the sickle cell disease is a terrible, terrible disease, right? You do not want anyone, right? Least of all, your immediate relative, your family, your children to go through the sickle cell disease, right? The pains are really bad, right? The crises are terrible, right? And if your child, for example, comes to this world, has the sickle cell disease, and realize that you had a chance to put an end to this, or to not let them have this disease, and you went ahead, many times they would probably curse you or hit you. All right. So that being said, I would like everyone in situations like that, in the AS and AS situation, SS and SS situation, AS and SS situation, to you have to take a very deep, you have to sit down and count the costs, right? The first thing to say about the scientific innovations, yes, there are scientific innovations. Yes, there are ways science can bypass the problem of having a child with the sickle cell disease, right? Because that is the major problem that you're trying to avoid. You're trying to avoid having a child with the sickle cell disease. That is the only reason why people say anybody with the S trait should not marry another person with the S trait, all right? The only problem, the only thing you're trying to avoid is having a child with the sickle cell disease. Now, there are ways that science can circumvent that problem, right? There are ways that science can circumvent it. The first thing to know about those ways, or that way, there are multiple, right? So the first thing to know about it is that they don't come cheap, right? These ways are really expensive. That is the first thing, right? So if you want to go ahead with it, you need to have a lot of genetic counseling, right? You need to have probably a good geneticist who would guide you through the process over time, right? You need to have a lot of money in the bank specifically, right, for circumventing this problem, right? The most expensive one, which is the IVF plus PIGT, that is the in vitro fertilization with pre-implantation genetic testing, is so expensive. The last I checked is about the entire process costs north of about $8,000 in Nigeria, to do it in Nigeria. Is it impossible? No. And it's also not 100% guarantee that, because if you know anything about IVF, you know that sometimes it's a 50-50 chance. IVF sometimes is like a 50-50 chance that it will work. All right, there is the financial implication, there is the emotional implication, right, of trying through having a child, right, the issues with fertility and conception. All right, there are those implications that anybody who wants to go ahead with these scientific innovations would have to sit down and count the costs, right? Am I ready financially? Am I ready emotionally? What if this process stresses me? What impact would it have on my mental health, right? And I would also usually say that once you've started, right, trying for a child, and you meet will I say complications along the way, you must also beforehand predetermine that come what may, no matter what happens, I am not going to change my mind and go ahead to have a child with the sickle cell disease, right? Leaving conception to chance. you must at no point leave conception to chance, right? So when it comes to the scientific innovations, all right. So like I said, they do exist. They've worked in the past. I know people personally who have gone through with it and it worked for them. I know people personally, patients, right? I have met them. So it's possible, it works, right? But beforehand, you have to sit down and count the cost. Is this something I want to go ahead with, right? Is this worth it financially, emotionally? Like it would drain you, right? So you need to sit down and count the cost, right? So that being said, I've talked about the scientific innovations. We also need to, for people who do not want to go through with the scientific innovations, you just need to know the people not to get married to. All right. So if you are AA, you are safe. You can literally get married to anybody else, whatever their genotype. All right. If you are AS, you can get married to someone who is AA, but you shouldn't get married to someone who is AS or SS or anyone who has an S trait. That includes, the SC or anybody who has a C trait, right? Those are less common. So, right, if you are AS, don't get married to someone who is AC. Don't get married to someone who is AS. Don't get married to someone who is SS. Don't get married to someone who is SC. All right, if you are SS, the only person you can get married to is someone who is AA. All right, so those are some of the, I just went through the more popular ones. All right, so if you are CC, same thing applies to if you are SS. If you are SC, same thing applies. If you are AC, same thing applies to if you are AS. All right, so it's very similar. The C, you can substitute the C trait for the S traits and you would be fine. All right, but if you are AA, you can go ahead to get married to whoever it is that you like. Let me stop here.
So thank you very much for your broad explanation. So, earlier on, I asked that faith aside, can your genotype be changed? And then I saw that, laboratory scientists, they warn that individuals who undergo genotype tests shortly after receiving blood transfusions may obtain inconsistent results. Remember, I said, can your genotype be changed? So why are we obtaining inconsistent results immediately after blood group transfusion? Is it immediately after blood transfusion, rather? Is it that there has been a mixture?
Yeah, so you answered the question, right? So the simple answer is someone's blood is flowing through your body as well as yours. I mean, right? So if that is the case, it would definitely be inconsistent. So whatever that person's genotype is can show on your report, right? So it's as simple as that. You have blood transfusion means that there is someone who is giving you blood, right? That person has a different genetic makeup, probably a genetic makeup that is different to yours. All right. So if that is the case, and blood is drawn from you not too long after blood transfusion, it's very possible that that can be expressed as well in the report. All right. So that is the simple answer. Someone else's blood is also flowing through your veins. All right. So it's very likely and possible that that would be expressed in the report.
Okay, so this has been a very rich and in-depth conversation. So let's just for the final questions. Now, between genotype and blood group, during the process of blood transfusion, which is considered? And then what are the effects of, transfusing the wrong blood?
All right, so this is a very important question. All right, the importance of the genotype is basically is at the genetic level. All right, it's at the genetic level is where the only time that the genotype is important, right, is when you're trying to create a new genotype, right, which is in conception. All right, so that is the only time that the genotype is important. All right, or let me say the major time. All right, because we never say never in medicine. All right, now, but the blood group is incredibly important in blood transfusion. Is incredibly important in blood transfusion. All right, and don't forget, when I started and I defined what the blood group is, I mentioned that there are antigens on the red blood cell. All right, I'm going to go into in-depth explanation now as well of what that means. All right, let me give you an example. If I am A, if my blood group is maybe A positive or A negative, right? It means that if my blood group is A positive, let's say it's A positive, we're looking at two antigens, right? The first one is the A antigen. It means that the A antigen is present in my body. All right, that's what it means. And don't forget, I define antigen as chemicals that are present on the red blood cells. All right, so now if the A antigen is present in my body, I would have what is called an antibody, right? So everybody has what we call antibodies. Now, antibodies fight against antigens, right? They fight against foreign antigens. So I have the A antigen present. And because I have the A antigen present, I will not now have antibodies that fight against the A antigen. I hope that is clear, all right? But because I do not have the B antigen, I would have antibodies. Naturally, my body will begin to produce antibodies that fight against the B antigen, right? So the body generally tries to keep its borders secure, right? So anything that is not meant to be within the blood, right, will be fought against, right, to the death, right? The body will do everything it can to kill it. All right, so that is what happens. So the instrument by which the body fights against foreign antigens is what we call antibodies. All right, so if I have an antigen present, my body will not produce antibodies against that antigen because my body doesn't want to fight against itself, right? But it will produce antibodies against foreign antigens, the ones that are not naturally occurring in my body. All right, so I'll have antibodies against the B antigen. So now, if for any reason whatsoever, I'm transfused with blood and I get both new antigens and maybe new antibodies into my body, what do you think that will happen, right? If I have A antigen present in my body and I have antibodies against the B antigen, if I'm transfused with a B blood group, a blood that is B blood group, right? That means that antigens on the B, right? The B antigens will enter into my blood. My antibodies that are against the B antigen will begin to fight. So that's what we call the blood transfusion reaction. That is just one of them. That is what we call the ABO incompatibility. All right. It's very important in blood transfusion. I'm just going to quickly go through the different antigens and antibodies. So if I'm A, that means I have the A antigen, I have antibody against B. If I'm B, I have the B antigen, I have antibodies against A, right? If I'm AB, it means I have both the A and the B antigen, and I will not have any antibodies, right? I will not have any antibodies, and that is the reason why AB are universal receivers. They can receive from anybody because they do not have antibodies that fight, they do not have antibodies that fight against any antigens. They can receive from anybody. All right. If I'm O, it means that I do not have any antigens. Right. That's what O means. The O there means is absence. I have neither A nor B. Right. But I would have antibodies to both. What that means is that I can give, that's especially O negative, right? I can give blood to anybody, right? Because I do not have any antigens present in my blood, right? Because I do not have any antigens, I have the antibodies to both A and B present, right? I can give to anybody, but I cannot receive from anybody except O. That is what it means to have O, right? And that is why O negative are called universal donors. They can give to anybody, right? I'll just touch briefly on what the negative and the positive means. Negative and the positive refers to a separate kind of antigen called the resource D antigen, right? So if it's positive, it means that the resource D antigen is present, right? So if you have, like I said earlier, if you have the resource D antigen present, you would not have antibodies to the resource D antigen. Now, if you're negative, AB negative, B negative, O negative, it means that you do not have the resource D antigen. And that is the reason why O negative, they can give to anybody. They don't have A antigen, they don't have B antigen, they don't have resource D antigen, right? Therefore, they can give, they're universal donors, they can give to anybody with minimal transfusion reaction, right? AB positive has all the antigens. They can't give to anybody else except AB positive, right? And because they have all the antigens, they do not have any antibodies, so they can receive from anybody. They're called universal receivers. All right. The resource D is also very important in childbearing. All right. But that is beyond the scope of this conversation, so I'll just stop here.
It seems like I am just so wrapped up in this conversation, and I don't even know that time is fast spent. Thank you so much, Dr. Wilson Ntang. You have broadened our knowledge. Thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so just to take away from this, we normally believe that ignorance is bliss, but not in this case. Knowing your blood group and genotype is not just paper information, but it helps reduce risk factors, and in some cases, love might never be enough, because above all, your blood group and genotype is a vital determining factor. If you have a pressing question and require in-depth answers, then send an email to healthmattersbdtv.ng@gmail.com. I'm Amanda Emosibue saying, get a blood group and genotype test done. Stay safe, stay healthy, and keep watching Business Day television.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Triumph Against Odds, where we speak to amazing leaders who talk about, how resilient their businesses are despite economic challenges. On today's episode, we have someone who stepped out of conventional banking and moved into non-interest banking. He moved into a field that is still new to a lot of people, but he has made it his own. Him and his co-founder made it their own, and they are making a huge difference, making an impact not just in one part of the country, but across the nation. With me today is Mr. Hamid Joda of Taj Bank, co-founder and CEO. I hope you stay tuned as we go right into the interview. Thank you. It's nice to meet you, sir. Like I told you earlier, to be honest, it's a pleasure meeting you. You've been warm, welcoming. I'm guessing for me, I believe that's one of the reasons why you're a leader. Being warm and welcoming is a very big attribute for leadership. So the first question I want to ask is, how did you growing up across diplomatic postings and schooling in northern Nigeria, how did it shape the kind of leader you became?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming. It's truly an honor to be on the show. Growing up in the North was an interesting experience. My father was in the diplomatic service of the federal government of Nigeria, but my father took an early retirement. So when he retired, he settled in Kaduna in the North, and that's where I grew up. At least I did my primary school. And it was an interesting experience because at that time, the economy in Kaduna State was a bit vibrant. And I had a very interesting childhood. And it was a very cosmopolitan city at that time. So in my primary school, we had kids from different backgrounds. And of course, the experience that my father had in the foreign service, moving from one country to another, also helped in shaping the kind of person I am. And I think the most important aspect of it is accepting people without necessarily placing emphasis on where they come from, tribe, religion, and so on and so forth. So just accept people for who they are. Human beings are human beings. And so I think that's the most important value. And it's a value, an attribute that I hold till today. So, and I think it has helped in terms of shaping the kind of person I am. Because when I finished my university, I came to Lagos. I got a job, started in Lagos. And it was also a very interesting experience because in the bank I started, in fact, that was City Express Bank. I was the only person who could speak Hausa. So it was an interesting experience. But because I'm so used to diversity, so it was an interesting experience. And that also shaped the kind of career that I've had to today. So very interesting experience, very interesting childhood. From Kaduna, we moved to Yola. So it shaped my childhood in terms of what I've just said, which is accepting people for who they are and not necessarily looking at differences.
You mentioned working in banks. What are some of the lessons you've learned from your past experience in finance, and how did you apply them in non-interest banking?
The experience has been quite interesting, I would say. Very eventful years. One of the turning points of my career was when I was working in Savannah Bank. And I don't know if you remember what happened to Savannah Bank. One day on a Monday morning, we went to work and we heard that the license was revoked. So it was a turning point. And the Friday before the closure, we had our jobs, we were doing quite well. And then on Monday, the bank was closed down. So it was, we had to go back into the labor market and start looking for jobs and all that. And of course, customers lost funds, and it was a very painful experience. So I think that kind of shaped the person I later became in my career and learned to be very careful and knew that a bank could fail. And failure of a bank could be very catastrophic and devastating for families. I know families that had funds in Savannah Bank and the bank was closed down with their money trapped. I know people who sold houses, all kinds of things. I know traders who lost funds in that bank, and that was the end of their trading businesses and so on. So it was really an important experience to run a bank professionally, so that you don't run into crises and you don't prompt situations where the bank would be vulnerable and the bank would crash. So I think that experience became a turning point in my career journey.
When you reflect on your switch from conventional to non-interest banking, do you see it as a professional pivot or a personal calling?
Well, I would see it as both professional and personal, because I've always, to an extent, had interest in non-interest banking, but I've also had the burning desire to set up a bank, because when I started my career, I saw some bankers, some very successful bankers. You talk about Tedo Peterside, Jimovia, Tony Elumelu. They set up banks and they were very successful, and that kind of inspired me. And I felt that one day I could also, step into that kind of role. So that burning desire has always been there. And then at a point, I was in First City Monument Bank. I was the head of public sector. And then during the Buhari regime, the government took a decision to return public sector funds to the central bank. So as head of public sector, I felt that my job was threatened, and I felt I didn't want to continue in the bank anymore or go to another role. So I started the journey of setting up Taj Bank. That was when I said, okay, this is it. This is time to go and do it. So that was when we started the journey. So at that time, it was extremely difficult raising the capital and for people believing you. I was just an assistant general manager. Yeah, so I was not an executive director. I had never run a bank, but there I was trying to convince people that I could do it, that I could, set up a bank and run it successfully. So not many people believed. Just a few people believed and came on the journey with us. And thank God we were able to succeed. So it was a person. So I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking. And I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed. And thank God, after about 6 years, we've not been proven wrong. So I think it's a mix of professional and personal.
Yeah. So, you Taj Bank started around, COVID and all of that. I'm sure definitely based on the fact that the world literally shut down. And this must have affected, trying to start during this tough period. Mm-hmm. How were you not able to, despite all the challenges of, COVID and everything that happened, mm-hmm. you still pushed through? What, gave that determination to push through despite everything?
Okay, thank you very much. So, in our Taj Bank journey, it's been a journey of extreme difficulty, from trying to convince people to invest in the project, to applying for banking license at the central bank. And for those who have passed through central bank to obtain banking license, they know how thorough and how difficult the process is. So after that, we got our license. We started in December, the 2nd of December. And then COVID came. When COVID came, it was like a joke, and then nobody ever thought for 1 minute that the world would be shut down. So we started, in fact, at that time, some of our staff were expatriates, so they just came into the country. And of course, like I said, we started in December. Running, baby steps. All of a sudden, the world shut down completely. And the challenge was, how do we pay salaries? That became a major challenge because we were running expenses. Anyway, expenses in terms of salaries. That was there. And we were paying expatriates and we were under lockdown. We were not generating anything in terms of revenue. So it was a very, very difficult experience. And for several weeks, we were all at home. And after, I think 4 weeks or so, 4 or 5 weeks, I can't remember, the market opened up, the federal government opened up, and we started running. And lo and behold, by the 9th month of business, we broke even. Because we were very, very determined. And we went all the way by the time it was the world opened, working day and night until we achieved break even. And from then on, we've been consistently profitable.
That is so amazing. You didn't, when the world shut down, you didn't pack up, or you were thinking, what do I do? How do I manage? What do I say?
Yeah, and it was also a good time to reflect on the future, to reflect on our strategies, and to really also, it's I believe as a businessman, it's good to go into difficulty because difficulty shapes you, shapes the man you later become. You build resilience. Yes.
Yeah. What part of growing Taj Bank required more patience than you expected?
Okay, I think the part that required more patience is dealing with regulators. Don't forget that when we started, we were not executives. And to be honest with you, you need to be an executive to really understand 360 degrees the regulatory environment. Yes, so banking is a highly regulated business. And when we came in, I think we were still fresh. So the understanding of the regulations was, I think, a challenge. And where your power stops is where the regulator's power starts. So we needed to, moderate ourselves and be very patient and also understand the regulatory environment better. And I tell you why. Because non-interest banking is different. It's on another tangent. You need to obtain several kinds of approval. If it's conventional banking, it's just one approval. But if it's non-interest banking, there are several layers of approval. For instance, after the central bank, you also have an independent board, an independent advisory committee of experts that need to vet all your approvals. And of course, they don't sit on daily basis, they sit on quarterly basis. So when you take your approvals, sometimes they are too busy, they may not consider it until the next approval period. So getting approvals is always kind of a big challenge, but I'm happy that the regulators are very, very supportive, very, very supportive. I must commend them for that, for them to have created such a robust environment, and things are beginning to run faster. So I think that aspect really, it's one that really required more patience.
So, since you've gone far and everything, what would you try with Taj Bank or with your life if you weren't afraid of failure? If you aren't afraid of failure, is there something you've not tried that you have tried now, or you try now?
No, for me, I've always had an entrepreneurial spirit. Before I came into Taj, I set up other businesses. Those businesses, some of them thrived, some of them didn't thrive, but that didn't deter me. Yeah, so I think I have entrepreneurship in my blood. So even if I hadn't set up Taj, maybe I would have gone into some other business. But I'm not one to really sit and take things easy. I'm a very adventurous person. Yeah.
So if the next 5 years of Taj Bank were a chapter in your biography, what would the title be?
I would call it a journey of resilience.
A journey of resilience.
Yes, a journey of resilience, because I think the bank has been very resilient. Because we've gone through several economic cycles. Don't forget that during the last administration, we had COVID, and then we had a recession. And then we came out of the recession, the economy started growing. And also this administration, when they came in, there was there was a lot of, I would call it in the first year upheavals, but now a lot of things have stabilized in terms of, so many challenges along the way. And well, it's part of life. There will always be challenges. And if you understand, yes, and if you understand how economies work, economies go in cycles, boom and bust, boom and bust, boom and bust. Yeah, so that's how it is. Even in the US, they've had, the Great Depression in the 1920s. They've had the global meltdown, so the economy went down, picked up. So the same thing in Nigeria. So, but for us, it's been very difficult, and adjusting to a lot of difficulty. But now, we thank God that the economy is beginning to pick up again. And now that the economy is picking up, so we ride the wave. Yes, so the journey of resilience.
Okay, so based on this journey of resilience, what legacy are you trying to build beyond profit?
Yes.
And how will you know that you've succeeded?
Okay, I think a number of issues. One is to correct the perception that non-interest banking is only for Muslims. Yes, so it's a very wrong impression. Non-interest banking is for everyone. It's for people from various backgrounds. It's for human beings. That is just the best way to put it. It's for human beings. And that is the kind of legacy I want to leave. That is number one. The second is also to create opportunities for young Nigerians. Today, one of the major challenges in Nigeria is employment. Yeah, so the unemployment rate, as we know, is very, very high. So how can you create jobs as an entity? By direct jobs, which means Taj Bank recruiting people, and of course, indirect jobs. How do I mean? Funding businesses that thrive, that succeed, and create more employment opportunities. That is one thing I've seen in terms of impact that Taj Bank has made in the industry, because I know a lot of businesses that came to us when they were very small, and we nurtured them. Today, they have employed so many young people, and that is very heartwarming, and all across the country. So, and then the third legacy that I want to leave is also impact in society. How can we make impact? How can we nurture businesses? How can we grow people? How can we develop people? How can we create an environment where an institution such as Taj Bank rises and then uplifts a lot of people from poverty or from just the base level to success?
So, next question. This question has been close to my heart to ask you because it raises a lot of curiosity. You mentioned wanting Nigeria to become a reference point, like Malaysia.
Yes.
For, Islamic banking. What will it take for us to get there?
Okay. Well, if you look at the Malaysian experience, there is a lot of government involvement in it. Like in Malaysia, the government was deliberate, and successive governments have been deliberate in terms of promoting non-interest banking. And today, Malaysia has become a hub. In fact, the industry is almost 50-50 in terms of asset size. And the government made a deliberate attempt to say, we have to, and set a target to say by 2023, I think, I'm not sure, the industry must be 50-50 in terms of assets. Conventional banks having 50%, non-interest banks having 50%. And they came out with a lot of policies and initiatives to drive it. So I think government has a role to play. But if you look at Nigeria, I think the central bank, well, they've done very well. I must commend them, because when they introduced the new capital requirement, where a national conventional bank was pegged at 200 billion, they pegged non-interest banking at 20. So I think that's an advantage, and that's a step in the right direction to encourage more players to come into the industry. And with that, I think today there are about 3 more banks coming on stream, 3 more non-interest banks. So gradually, we'll get there. But I think the most important thing is government support.
Let me expose my ignorance. Okay. Every time I'm coming to work, I see a big signboard that is written Sukuk.
Okay.
I always thought Sukuk was the name of a company. To be honest. So I'm just telling you how speaking to you is revealing the importance of non-interest banking and how it also affects, you mentioned government.
Yes.
So outside of giving banks giving non-interest banks the opportunity, when it comes to the capitalization and all of that.
Yeah.
they are also taking bonds.
Yes, absolutely.
And all of that from
Absolutely.
interest. So I think that is,
Yes.
I think based on what you've said, I think we'll get there.
Yeah,
Step by step.
gradually. Yeah, if you look at the Sukuk issuances, when we started, it was a bit controversial, but today there are people drive on Sukuk roads.
I drive
Yes.
on Sukuk road.
Yes, yeah. So we've all driven on Sukuk roads, and we've seen the positive impact of Sukuk. And also, I believe private sector players would also issue Sukuks. For instance, Taj Bank just issued its second Sukuk, and it's been massively oversubscribed. And when we issued our Sukuk, we deployed the money into high impact sectors. We funded factories, we funded a lot of initiatives that created a lot of jobs. We funded, there is a detergent factory we funded here in Lagos, in Lekki. We've also funded some rice mills across the country. So high impact long-term projects, that's what we've done. And I believe that's what non-interest is really revealing, that it's really high impact.
Okay, so on a lighter note,
Yeah.
what hidden talent do you have that the world doesn't know about? And how do you relax when you're not running a bank?
I can't remember any hidden talent.
So
to be honest.
So how do you relax when you're not running a bank? Because you can't just be all walk. You have to rest at some point.
You know,
wind down to wind up.
To be very honest, what gives me joy is work.
Oh my God. Honestly,
believe it or not,
we need to help you find
believe me or not, wherever I am in the world, whatever I'm doing, the moment I just don't feel very happy if I'm outside the office. But the moment I step into the office, I just come alive.
You're a rare human being.
When I'm not working, I'm still thinking of work. Mm-hmm. So it gives me the greatest joy. Coming to the office every morning, addressing the challenges, and so that's what makes me happy. I tried. There was a time I registered at the golf club. I went there once, twice. I just lost interest. I just got bored and left. So my life
it wasn't challenging enough for what you are.
No. It wasn't really stimulating enough. So I think my life is just built around work.
No, it's fine because there are people like that.
Yes.
And it makes sense because you run a company. So
yes, absolutely.
So finally, what's the one thing that you wish someone had told you before you tried to build a bank from scratch?
I wish someone had told me it was really difficult.
I wish somebody had told me
it was really challenging. I wish someone had told me that, look, building a bank from scratch and starting from ground zero and raising capital. I wish someone had told me how difficult it was. Maybe I would have said, no, I don't want this stress. Let me just be an employee.
but funny enough, you're doing a great job at it.
Yeah,
you're doing a great job.
Thank you very much.
I'm happy with how far you've come.
Thank you.
And my personal prayers is that you keep growing.
Yeah.
You keep impacting lives.
Thank you very much.
And keep making a difference. Because for me, what's the point of being alive if you're not making a difference?
Absolutely.
That's why God brought all of us together in this world to help each other.
Absolutely.
So it only makes sense.
It only makes sense.
Thank you so much.
The future is very bright.
Thank you so much for featuring our podcast. It was an honor having you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
It was an honor coming on the program.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, folks, there you have it. If you want to know more about non-interest banking, you can know where the nearest Taj bank is. Or you can reach out to me. I can give you more information. But while we wait for that, stay tuned for more episodes. And as we say at Triumph Against Odds, don't stop being resilient. Thank you.
say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this depth anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Your name and your designation.
Okay, my name is Olalekon Isiaka, aka Swanky. I'm a fine artist.
Alright, good. Alright, today's exhibition is really, really revealing. It's unveiling, it's everything and more. So, coming up with this creativity, what brought about this inspiration? We heard you speak about, your journey so far, and finally it's happening now. So, what do you have to say?
Okay, I was inspired by the parable of the talents, and I felt I should do something really inspire that can boost people's faith, especially the time that we are now. People need healing, and I believe that at this time we don't need to walk by sight, we have to walk by faith. So what can we do? What can I do through my talent, to inspire people? So that's why I came up with pieces like this. When you look through all the pieces, you see moments that defy the natural, so that's the idea.
Okay, so moving forward, are we going to be seeing more of this? Is this the birth of something great in the future? And what words of inspiration do you have for coming up? I mean, people that have talents like this.
Yeah, so we are looking forward to having more of this. So more of this will come, yes. And my advice to artists is your work, your painting. How does it affect? How does it affect people? So painting for me is not just for the aesthetics, but it should be able to inspire people.
Thank you so much. Name and your designation, sir.
My name is Shagun Williams. My designation, as in my gender.
Who are you?
Mayor.
What do you do?
Well, I'm an interior decorator and also a venture capitalist and social entrepreneur.
Okay, good to know.
A lot of title for nothing.
I heard you speak the other time, and I must say that you've got it. You've got the words, and you've got the inspiration. You've got everything to, help people move forward. Now, in this regard, this is a whole lot of creativity that has just played out here by Mr. Olalekon Isiaka. What would you say, in support of this whole, creativity and the reality that, is playing out today?
Okay, so beyond the tapestry and the collage of colors, we can see in display very intentional creativity. But see, what defines a thing is the spirit behind it, not what we see. The Bible says that the weapons of our warfare, they are not carnal, but they are carnal weapons that we see. but there's something greater behind the scene that propels the weapon. The engine, the brain, the spirit that motivates what we use in actual physical combat. And what Leko has done, his ideology stems from his revelation and understanding of the hidden nuggets of life encrusted in scripture, but also by revelation of his journey. I mean, we know a man who has been plagued with so many ups and downs and gone through the travesty of life will come out refined with better understanding of what life is about. So it's not about the gleam and the glance. There's something behind the scene that I want people to connect with. That's the spirit of truth. And even by the lexicon, the hues that heal means that we need healing. But there is a fragrance that will heal us. It is not in the intellectual capacity of what we have or what we have built by our own labor. There is a divine grace and ability that is found in Christ, that if we can tap into it, we'll find the healing that we require.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of gospel being displayed in this artwork, and which is very, very inspiring.
Yes.
And it goes a long way. There's an undertone of strong message. And how would you encourage this to continue, like from other artists and people that claim to be creative, minded?
Okay, so I mean, the word in itself means there's something that is good that you are bringing to people, and I think that anybody that brings a possibility of love, peace, harmony, joy, a vindication that even in the cacophony of bad things that we have around us, God is still present. He's still the Prince of Peace. He's still reaching out even in the chaos. You see, the thing about being a child of God, I don't want us to call it to define it only in a strict sense of gospel, but the reality that humanity aches for something. We all cry, we all feel pain, we all feel the pangs of loss. We all see the travesty of life that we are going through in Nigeria. There is a truth that we need to connect with. And I say to artists that beyond the return on investment, beyond the money you're going to get, have purpose and meaning. Let it go beyond the mundane. Be motivated by something. That your work becomes seeds that even when you are gone, it still speaks. Now we talk about Fela Nicola Kukuti and we call him a prophet of our time. Why? The words he spoke, even under the influence of barbiturates, resonates. Why? He was speaking from humanity. He was speaking truth to human existence. So in whatever we do, let us speak truth. Let us not be cowed, intimidated or bashful, or form a narrative just because we want a return. Let us be bold to break the narrative and speak. That truth will define who you are, and that's the legacy of the day.
Thank you so much, sir. One more time, your name again.
Shegun Williams.
Okay.
Olivet.
Okay. So maybe me to your name and your destination.
Okay, my name is Toby Makinde. I'm an actor and filmmaker.
In support to your own.
Yeah.
So the level of creativity that has played here this evening.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide.
I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this depth anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this depth anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is News Update reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Nigeria faces $2.3 trillion deficit over missed infrastructure target. Nigeria's petrol shipments surge after suspending import duty. Audit uncovers over 61 billion naira payment breaches in NNPC. Lagos's record 244.8 billion naira bonds signal strong investor confidence. Thank you for joining us on News Update this afternoon. I am Norma Obuna. The Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers have warned that Nigeria's infrastructure stock currently at 30% of GDP, far below the 70% global benchmark, could lead to a $2.3 trillion deficit by 2043. The group says the country needs $100 billion annually to close the gap. Former branch manager Oloruwa Orumilade said Nigeria is shifting toward valuing maritime assets, industrial corridors, logistics, ecosystems, and free trade zones, expanding the role of real estate surveyors beyond buildings to national infrastructure. Deloitte West Africa tax leader Yomi Olugbero urged industry players to leverage tax exemptions through rights, formal business structures, and opportunities in priority sectors such as infrastructure and mass housing. The Lagos State Chairman of NIESV, Tosin Kadri, and Second Vice President Emmanuel Mark stressed that ongoing legal, financial, and regulatory reforms are reshaping the real estate sector and said practitioners must upgrade their skills and adapt to emerging opportunities. And moving on, about 149,500 metric tons of petrol, nearly 195 million liters, are expected in Nigeria between Friday 21st November and Tuesday 25 November. The Nigerian Ports Authority reports that Tinkan Island, Calabar, and Warri ports received the bulk of the shipments. The deliveries follow the federal government's postponement of a 15% import duty on petrol and diesel, which was approved in October by President Bola Tinubu to support domestic refineries and stabilize the markets. Tinkan Island Port received 58,500 tons over 2 days, while Calabar handled 46,000 tons and Warri 45,000 tons. Additional shipments are expected from major oil marketers early this week, boosting supply across the country. Petroleum marketers say Dangote Petroleum's recent price cut has shifted competition in the downstream markets. With the import tariff suspended until 2026, dealers have increased imports, bringing tens of millions of liters of fuel into Nigeria's shores. And also, the Office of the Auditor General for the Federation has flagged more than 61 billion naira in questionable transactions linked to the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited in its 2022 report on non-compliance. The audit, covering NNPCL's 2021 operations, lists 28 financial breaches, including undocumented spending, irregular payments, procurement violations, and unremitted funds. Key red flags include £14.3 million spent by NNPCL's London's office without documentation, €5.17 million paid to a contractor with no evidence of engagement, and $51.6 million in irregular dollar transactions, including substantiated DSDP settlements and inflated contract costs. The Auditor General blamed weak internal controls, directing the company to provide full documentation, recover unsupported payments, and appear before the Public Accounts Committees of the National Assembly. The findings add to a long-running concerns over transparency at the National Oil Company. Up ahead, Lagos's record 244.8 billion bonds signal strong investor confidence. We'll bring you more details after this timeout.
Meet Monica, your convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now,
Full insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. You beat them. Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. You tax her, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Lagos State has raised 244.82 billion naira in 2 oversubscribed bond issuances, including Nigeria's first ever subnational green bond. The state announced the landmark achievement after the Series 3 Green Bond and Series 4 Conventional Bond under its 1 trillion naira debt and hybrid instruments program attracted strong investor demand. The issuances comprise a 14.82 billion naira 5-year green bond at 16% and a 230 billion naira 10-year conventional bond at 16.25%, the largest subnational bond ever issued in Nigeria. Governor Babajide Osanwo-Olu said the offers drew a combined 338 billion naira in bids, reflecting investor confidence in the state's fiscal discipline and long-term development strategy. Market operators, including representatives of the British High Commission, said Lagos's transparency and compliance have strengthened its IRS says no company has exclusive rights and that it operates a multi-channel system using platforms like Remita, QuickTeller, Flutterwave, Extrazant, and ExpressPay. It stressed that all payments go straight into the Federation account with no private access or commissions. Atiku had argued that appointing express payment under the Treasury single account created by a revenue cartel. But FIRS insists the role does not grant control over government funds and forms part of a transparent, competitive framework. The agency says onboarding of payment providers follows due process and supports ongoing tax reforms. It urged politicians to avoid misinformation and reaffirmed its commitment to transparency and stronger revenue administration. And now away from that story, the federal government says it may backfill a non-flowing lagoon to replace a planned 3-kilometer bridge on the Lekki Deep Seaport Ijebu-Ode Access Road. Works Minister David Umahi disclosed this during an inspection of the project in Lagos on Sunday. Umahi said the 25-kilometer access road remains a track for completion within 21 months. He confirmed ongoing talks with China Herbal Engineering Company, Dangote Group, and the Lagos State government to redesign the affected section.
The minister also highlighted challenges slowing the project, including a shrine on the corridor, gas pipelines feeding the Dangote refinery, and the need for wider community engagement. He vowed to intervene personally if the shrine is not removed. The 50-kilometer project is funded under an EPC plus F deal, with the government paying 30% and SHEC covering the rest, to be repaid through tolls. Umahi and SHEC officials expressed confidence that the road, featuring 2 carriageways and major bridges, will be delivered on schedule. Still on, Chams Holding Company has listed nearly 2 billion additional ordinary shares on the Nigerian exchange, boosting its market capitalization to about 21 billion naira, beg your pardon. The listing, confirmed last week, follows a private placement in which the firm issued shares of 1 naira 87 kobo each. The move raises Cham's total issued shares to 6.6 billion and strengthens its capital base for further investment in digital infrastructure, identity verification, and expansion across its subsidiaries. The stock has been volatile, hitting a year high of 4 naira 67 kobo in October after easing to 3 naira 15 kobo last Friday. Despite recent declines, the share remains an outperformer on more than 58% year-to-date. Trading activity also remains strong, with nearly 900 million shares exchanged in the past 3 months, ranking Chams among the most actively traded stocks on the NGX. Revenue grew slightly by 13.45 billion naira, but profit fell to 500 million due to higher costs. Analysts warn that the larger share base could dilute earnings unless funds are used for high return projects. And on to another story where Bauchi state government has announced the immediate closure of all primary, secondary and tertiary institutions in the state, including federal government-owned as well as private schools. Security breaches have escalated in the country in recent weeks, even as the Bauchi State Police Command on Sunday also confirmed the killings of 5 of its officers by bandits in Sabon Sara village, Darozo local government area of the state. According to a statement signed by the Information and Public Relations Officer of the Bauchi State Ministry of Education, Jalaluddin Usman, the closure of the schools across the state followed extensive consultations and was taken in response to growing security concerns affecting the safety of students, teachers, and school communities. The statement noted that the government recognized the inconvenience the closure might cause, but stressed that the safety of children remained its key priority. The government says the protection of children remains its moral responsibility, and that's all we have on that story. Still to come, South Africa judges G20 summit a triumph of multilateralism despite US no-show. These and more after this commercial break.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
The news update, we now head to Africa. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa says the declaration from the weekend's G20 summit signals a renewed commitment to multilateral cooperation, despite a sharp split by the United States. Ramaphosa, who hosted the Johannesburg meeting, pushed through a joint declaration focused on climate action, debt relief, and support for developing nations, even as U.S. President Donald Trump boycotted the summit, objecting to South Africa's agenda and making claims dismissed internationally. The final document highlighted the urgency of tackling climate change-backed renewable energy targets and criticized the heavy debt burdens, facing poorer countries. Argentina was the only member not to endorse the declaration but did not block its adoption. The summit, the G20's first gathering held in Africa, took place amid strained Western unity over the war in Ukraine and inconclusive climate talks at COP30 in Brazil. Brazil's President Luiz Lula da Silva said both meetings shows multilateralism remains alive. Moving on, the World Bank has raised Kenya's economic growth forecast to 4.9% for 2024, up from its earlier estimate of 4.5%. The upgrade is driven mainly by a rebound in construction after last year's slowdown. The bank warns that risks remain, including uncertainty over international trade agreements and tighter fiscal measures that could limit government spending. Kenya's heavy public debt continues to strain revenues, forcing the government to use new financing tools, including loans backed by a road maintenance levy to pay contractors. Nairobi is also negotiating a new support program with the International Monetary Fund, though disagreements persist over whether some securitized loans should be counted as public debt. The World Bank says reforms are needed to strengthen competition, pointing to the dominance of more than 200 state-owned enterprises and restrictions on foreign investment. And now on to the foreign scene, where global stocks rose on Monday as expectations strengthened for a possible U.S. Federal Reserve rate cut in December. Investors are watching key U.S. retail sales and producer price data due this week, while the U.K. prepares for Finance Minister Rachel Reeves' budget. Geopolitical talks between the U.S. and Ukraine on a revised plan to end the war with Russia kept oil prices subdued on hopes of eased sanctions. Asian markets gained despite thin trading, with MSCI's Asia Pacific Index up 1% and South Korea's KOSPI higher by 0.15%. US and European futures were also firmer. A positive sentiment followed comments from Fed official John Wilson, suggesting rates could fall in the near term. Markets now see about a 60% chance of a December cut. Also, the Global Vaccine Alliance, Gavi, and UNICEF have secured a 25% price cut from the R21 malaria vaccine. Produced by the Serum Institute of India, the cost will drop from about $4 to $2.99 per dose within a year. Gavi says the reduced price will save $90 million and fund 30 million additional doses, reaching up to 7 million more children over 5 years. The move comes after the alliance fell $3 billion short of its fundraising targets due to declining international aid. A child needs 4 doses of the vaccine, costing nearly $12 for full protection, while malaria still kills more than 500,000 people annually, most young children in the sub-Saharan Africa. The competing GSK malaria vaccine currently costs around $10 a dose, with its price expected to halve by Bharat Biotech takes over production in 2028. And up next is sports news after this break.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Now to sports. Aston Villa came from behind to beat Leeds United 2-1 at Elland Road, climbing into the Premier League's top four. Leeds took an early lead through Lucas Mecha after an Ezri Konsa error, with VAR confirming the goal. But Villa turned the game around after the break. Substitute Doniel Malen set up Morgan Rogers for the equalizer before Rogers struck a superb free kick to secure the win. The result hands Leeds a fifth defeat in 6 and increases pressure on manager Daniel Farke, with the club still in the relegation zone. For Villa, it's a 6th win in 7 as Unai Emery's side move within a point of third place Manchester City. And now to end the news, Gary Neville has warned that the severity and immediacy of Liverpool's recent collapse should be a major concern for their head coach Arne Slot, describing the team's performances as unacceptable. Liverpool's 3-0 defeat to Nottingham Forest at Anfield on Saturday marked their 6th loss in 7 Premier League matches and their worst start to a campaign in a decade. Neville acknowledged that Slot still carries credit in the bank after delivering the Premier League title in his remarkable first season following Jurgen Klopp's departure. But he stressed that the Dutchman must now make difficult decisions to stop the decline, saying Liverpool's intensity, structure and confidence have dropped far too sharply for a team with title ambitions. The result has heightened pressure on the squad, with concerns confirming overform, team balance and the effectiveness of recent tactical adjustments. Neville added that while early struggles can happen, the speed at which Liverpool has unraveled is something the coach staff must urgently address. And that's the much we have for you on News Update at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Norma Obuna. Many thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome to Startup Spotlight on the Business Day television. This is the show where we celebrate both founders and big ideas making waves in Nigeria and beyond. On each episode, we shine a light on people changing the game, the visionaries building businesses that shape the future of innovation. Today, we're talking about how creativity can grow into something powerful, how a simple sketch can become a brand that inspires and empowers women. I'm Glory Brown Odibo, and with me today is Judith Wanwobi. She's the founder and creative director of JC Couture, a ready-to-wear fashion brand creating stylish pieces that help women feel comfortable, glamorous, and most importantly, confident. Judith Wanwobi, welcome to Startup Spotlight. It's such a pleasure to have you join me here.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. So let me start by asking you, what really inspired you to start JC Couture? You know, when I read your bio, you have like 5 years of experience in the fashion industry. What really inspired you to delve into the fashion brand?
Great, interesting. One of the things I would say, the thing that inspired me to start my brand is God. It was a divine inspiration. Like when I was still very little, I loved to stitch pieces using needle and thread, you know, trying to make my clothes look more beautiful, trying to use my sister's clothes to do 1 or 2 things, cut some pieces and join them with needle and thread. So it's divine. It's something I do freely without, you know, trying to think it or trying to understand it, but I just do it and it just makes so much sense. It looks very beautiful, good and nice. And so when I entered the secondary school, I found myself helping my classmates, helping them stitch their uniform, you know. So it's something that I was born with. And when I start creating styles, I just think and it just start coming. Like, I don't have to think about it so much. It just comes. It flows freely. So I would say it's divine inspiration that made me to start my brand. So before JC Couture became what it is today, I started with just a needle and thread.
Starting with just needle and thread, divine intervention, and also I see passion in there. You know, you started from doing these things with just needle, thread, doing it for people you love. And I know there are a lot of people how they have some misconception about starting a fashion label from the scratch. What do you think are some of these misconceptions that people have, like when you're ready to start a fashion brand from scratch? There are a lot of different opinions about it out there.
Okay, thank you for that question. One of the misconceptions that people have before starting or while starting a fashion brand is that they need to have millions or thousands in their accounts before they start. It doesn't need too much money or too much capital. Just get the little money you have, start small, create 1 or 2 pieces, post them. Now social media it's very easy. You get to post your designs on Facebook, TikTok, Instagram. People get to see your design from everywhere or anywhere in the world, and they place their orders and you get sold out. But then when you keep waiting that, okay, I need millions, you're not going to start. And it will be difficult. But when you start, the little you have, create 1 piece, post it, you make sales, and then you use that money, buy more fabrics, and then make more sales, make more outfits, and post. Another misconception that people have is that they need thousands of followers before they start posting on social media. But I want people to understand that it's not about the followers. There are lots of people that have 1,000 followers or 10,000 followers, but they don't make sales. So it depends on what you're saying to the little followers you have, the story you're telling them, how you started. You don't need to have a lot of followers. With the little 500 followers or 200 followers you have, you can start and then start growing from there. When I started, I didn't even start with social media. I just advertise around my neighborhood, tell family and friends. And then before I now, came online and started posting, and then I started getting orders and sending off.
So talking about startups right now, from the first question I asked you, you talked about having passion and having God's divine intervention when you're about starting your brand. Can a fashion startup do this thing without having a proper educational design? Can passion and vision alone sustain a startup going into the fashion brand currently right now?
This is an interesting question. Now, I would say for me that formal design education is important. But even if you don't have a formal design education, you can still scale your fashion brand. Now, for my viewers, I also want you to know what formal education is. When you say formal design education, it means going to learn under someone, registering in a fashion school, Then informal is going to YouTube, going to Facebook, get to learn, from videos people has posted, Now, it takes so much to build and sustain a fashion brand.
Because of me.
It takes so much to build and sustain a fashion brand. Now, when you start your fashion brand, you need to know that the business side of this fashion is very important. The branding, the marketing, you need to know that you need to be consistent. You need to understand what you want and what your audience wants. Know all of these things. Learn about the business, the costing strategy, the advertisement strategy. All of these things makes up building and sustaining a fashion brand aside formal design education.
Still on startups, when going into something newly, there are a lot of challenges definitely you're going to expect. What are the challenges you can give to startups out there in the first year of starting the fashion brand? And how can they overcome them? I know that when you're starting out, there are a lot of mistakes, there are a lot of challenges, and you were able to overcome them in your own way, right? So what are the challenges that you can talk about in the first year, and how can startups who are looking forward to going to the fashion brand overcome these challenges?
One of the challenges that startups face is that they create so many outfits in a collection. Like when you want to start creating your collections, they design so many outfits, like 10, 15. No, when you're starting, you need to come up with like 4 to 5 styles, post them, and get to see the feedback from your audience. And then you get to know if you create more of those collections, or which style got sold out quickly, which style got loved by customers, which style is making waves, and then you get to create those styles. But when you create collection without, thinking about these things, you just go ahead and create 10, 15 styles, and it's just going to be on the rack. So you need to think about it, create mood boards, you need to draft it, like post to your enclosed group to see what your customers really like, to see if they like this fabric, if they like this design, before you go ahead to create. When I started my fashion brand, I created just 4 pieces of each design.
Wow.
Yes, I did just few sizes. Now, I understand that lots of customers who are from sizes 12 to 16 or 18 love to buy clothes than the customers who are on the small side, like size 4, size 6, size 8. They rarely buy clothes. They do wear, but it's very rare for them to buy. So I just created one each of each size, just 4 pieces. And then when creating them and posting, I said they were limited pieces. So this made it to sell out fast, because people would love something that is just few pieces, limited. It feels I'm the only one wearing it. It's unique, and it's you barely see other people wearing that same style. So just create few outfits in a particular style, few designs in a particular collection, post them. When you sell off those, and you get more orders, you can always create more. Yeah.
After overcoming the challenges, let's talk about the building blocks. What are the essential building blocks that a fashion brand can turn into a sustainable business? Because you're starting out, you don't have plans on how you can sustain. I don't know how you're going to do about it. So what do you think are the essential building blocks that a fashion brand can turn into a sustainable business?
That's an interesting question. Now, the building blocks. One, I would say is consistency. Two, quality. Three, marketing strategy. Now I will explain. When you talk about creating or producing pieces, you need to be sure that you'll be consistent. You don't just create a collection, post it, and then you relax. Now, you might not sell off all the pieces in a particular collection, but that doesn't mean you should relax. You need to create more collection. Let people continue to see what you can do, what you can create, what you are made of. When I created my first collection, I sold some pieces, but few were left. I created the next one and then another one. In my third collection, that was when I finished selling the first collection. So you see, once you start creating a lot of collections, people are already having that, is building up in their mind that, okay, I love this, I've seen this. And lots of people would love to buy 5 different styles or 10 different styles at a go. So they would want to see more. Let me see what else she's creating. They'll be eager, so you need to be consistent, continue creating collections, continue posting, be in the mind of your audience. Secondly, quality. Quality is very important.
Can you say that again?
One thing I love about our brand is that we go for quality, no matter what it takes. There are different types of outfits or fabrics out there, but you need to go for the best. If you want to remain in the business, if you want to go far, if you want to win in the fashion industry, you need to make sure you're using the quality fabrics. All our outfits are made with quality fabrics, nothing less. If we happen to get any fabric that is less, we are going to trash it into the bin, because that is what we are known for. Then thirdly, marketing strategy. You need to have a strong marketing strategy. A very strong one now, because the way it's going, social media has taken over and you need to be out there marketing in all your social media channels so that both local and international clients can see, buy from you, and then you make sales. So you need to develop a strategy. What am I going to do this week? How much will I put into advertisement? How much will I put into branding? How much will I put into, in different phases or different sections of the business so as to grow? When I posted my first collection, after 1 month, I continued posting on Instagram, and a client from US found me and contacted me. She ordered for outfits, 40 pieces of our outfits at a go. She saw me, I consistently kept posting. So when she ordered for that outfit, you need to see the joy in my heart, because it was as if I was just paid in millions, or in trillions, will I say that, because I was posting consistently. Then she got to know that, okay, this person is serious, this person knows what she's doing. She ordered, she wasn't scared, she didn't even say okay, hope you will deliver, or she already built, there was already a trust because of how I have been able to be consistent. So when she ordered, she got her pieces, she was happy. Yeah, and then she ordered for another 40. So between January and June, I delivered up to 65 pieces of outfits to her. And I don't know this person from anywhere. She just met me on Instagram. So you need to have a marketing strategy that would bring more people in, get you to be in the faces of people who would want what you're selling, and then make sure you sell out. In that way, your brand will be sustainable.
Thank you so much, Judith. Let's quickly go on a quick break. When we'll come back, it's still the Startup Spotlight. Stay with us. Welcome right back to Startup Spotlight here on BDTV. If you're just joining us, we'll be talking about how a sketch can turn into something powerful as to empower women. And we've been speaking with Judith Nwaobi, the creative director of JC Couture, that makes stylish pieces to make women feel comfortable and confident. Back to the question I asked you before we went on a quick break. You made mention of quality. And right now, quality is, can I say, a little bit expensive. How can a startup right now strike a balance between quality, creativity, and profitability in this fashion industry?
Now, this is a very nice question. For you to be able to strike a balance between creativity and profitability in the fashion industry, you need to focus on creating pieces your customers like. Because you don't just wake up and start design because you know how to design or because you're creative. What do my customers like? What will my target audience buy? What would they use daily? Where would they wear this to? So it's not about you being creative. You need to also think of the profit. And there are some fashion entrepreneurs that focus so much on the creativity that they don't think of the profits. And there are some that think of what are they going to make out of this, and they forgot to be creative in creating their own pieces. So when creating a collection, you should think of what people wear out. Like, for instance, our brand, we make our signature piece is two-piece outfit. That's our signature piece, just like what you see me putting on. I'm wearing a pants and a shirt, and this is Achalugo outfit. If you look closely about what is written on the shirt, you see Achalugo written boldly. We also have the one for Odogo. So it is more or less like sustainability, versatility, what you can wear out. What I'm wearing, I can wear it to a business meeting. I can wear it to church. I can wear it to an evening outing. I can interswitch, use the pants and wear something else as a shirt, or use the shirt and wear something else as the pants. Now, this is creativity and profitability added together. So I'm being creative with the fabrics, and then the style is versatile. Now, if you decide to create all these like big styles, you think about it, where will they wear this outfit to? I know a lot of designers just love to create pieces that will make them know that make people know that they are creative, they are being creative, It's good, but as you're creating a creative outfit, you need to also create something that will bring in profit or something that will be versatile. Now, I attended a program where I met one Mr. Debayo Thomas. He's a guru in the fashion industry, and he said something. He said you need to have a cash cow. I'll explain. A cash cow is like an outfit sell out really quickly. If you know a two-piece sell out quickly, you need to keep creating them in different fabrics, different styles, so that your customers can keep buying them and you keep making profits. So while you're creating the ones that you put all your creativity into, you need to also create the ones that you would sell out quickly and make profits from it.
Let's talk about your brand for a little bit before we move on to the next question. So what really makes JC Couture stand out in this crowded fashion market currently? What are your unique traits that make you stand out?
Okay. For JC Couture to stand out, like we are already doing that, first, quality. Secondly, JC Couture is a powerful brand. And thirdly, JC Couture creates outfits that make women stand out. Now, the quality. When we are making our outfits, we don't just make outfits because we just want to be out there or quickly bring out something. We take our time, get to different suppliers, what do they have, feel it, touch it, make sure they are of good quality. Something you could wear and then pass to your younger ones, your daughters, not something you could wear once or twice and then, So we create outfits that has good quality, something that doesn't get worn out or tear with time. Secondly, we make women feel more powerful. Women deserve to be seen. They deserve to feel confident. They deserve to feel good about themselves whenever they wear a particular outfit. Now, we don't just create clothes because we want to make dresses. We create power. We create things that we create outfits that when someone puts it on, or when a lady wears it and walks into a particular setting, they get stared at. They look good. They look powerful. They feel energetic. Like I don't know how to explain it, but if you are feeling the way I'm feeling, you would know that it's JC Couture. Any lady you see looking good, powerful, and confident, you would recognize our pieces in them.
Thank you so much. What are some of the mistakes you made when starting out? Starting the business feels like you taking a step without knowing what the next step holds for you. What are some of the mistakes you made when starting out your fashion brand, and how can someone looking forward to start avoid those mistakes? Top 2 mistakes.
Okay, one of the mistakes I did when starting my fashion brand is not getting a mentor in time. Now, getting a mentor will save you a lot of headaches and troubles. So when I created the first collection in 2024, early 2024, I didn't have a mentor. I created those, I posted, I got sales, but not like I would have loved to. And at the ending of 2024, I got a mentor by name Mrs. Uwem. She's the CEO of April Wind Couture. If you're seeing this, ma'am, I love you. So this woman has shaped me. She has taught me. She has given me a shoulder. I could literally go to her for anything and she'll be there. She's always there to assist. So when I got this mentor, she was able to give me guidance, tell me what to do, what not to do, what to stop doing. And then I put that into practice and my profits skyrocketed. So getting a mentor is very important. Before you start your business, before you do anything, you need to get a mentor. Aside hearing from God, you need to get a mentor. Because it's also very important to pray about it, to be sure that this is what I'm supposed to be doing. This is what I need to go into. So when you get that divine answer, get a mentor, tell her what you want to do, what exactly your brand, what you want your brand to stand for, what's the kind of outfits you want to create. And you don't just go to any mentor. Look at what she has been doing. Look at the kind of pieces she creates. Is it the kind of things you want to create? Is it the kind of outfits you want to make for your brand? Is it the kind of people you want to serve? And then go to the person, meet with the person, talk it out. And then, God willing, she decides to mentor you and mentors you well. You'll definitely make headway in this fashion industry.
That's nice tips right there. Well, let's talk about the advice you can give to someone who has a talent. There are people who have talent to do this fashion brand stuff, but they are really scared to take the leap, to take the first start. What advice would you give to someone who has the talent to do this, but they are scared to take the first step? Maybe because they have too many reasons why it's not going to work. What advice would you give to someone out there right now?
Interesting. Now, one of the advice I will give to someone, and this is not just for a fashion startup, for anyone, makeup, catering, event planner, whatever you want to do, this is for you. You need to start. You need to start. You figure it out as you go. You don't just sit and keep waiting. I will start tomorrow. I will start next tomorrow. Start with what you have, where you are, and then you keep growing. When I started my fashion brand, when I even released the collection this year, January 2025, I was afraid.
Really?
I was scared. There is nobody in this world that have done great things. I wasn't scared like before doing those things, but they went ahead to do it. They did it afraid. I read a book by Jasmine.
Do It Afraid.
Do It Afraid.
Oh, yeah. I read the book as well.
That was one of the books that helped me.
I agree with you.
Oh, I was literally shaking. I've gotten the fabrics, I've engaged my tailors, I've drafted the designs, but I was scared. I woke up one morning, wrote on a piece and write, Judith, it's okay to do it afraid. And I pasted it on the walls around my room, on different places. When I wake up, I'm looking at it. When I turn, I'm looking at it. When I turn, I'm looking at it. Sometimes I just sit down and then say it 10 times. Judith, it's okay to do it afraid, continuously. And then the boldness came up. And then after reading the book, I got this courage. And then I went ahead to do it. And look at where I am today. So if you're watching this, please, I would love you to start. Start with what you have, where you are. It's okay to do it afraid. It's very okay. And your creativity is a seed. I need you to see it as a seed. When you see it as a seed, you know that this is something you need to grow. So you need to grow this seed. So you need to start. Because when you start, you inspire others, you motivate others, people will look up to you, and then people will come to you to assist them too. And then you remember, oh, I was once like this person. So please, start, and God will guide you.
I want to say a very big thank you, Judith Wanwobi, for sharing such a valuable insight on Startup Spotlight here with us today.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate this. It's a privilege to be here, to share my journey with you and to everyone. And thank you so much to you and to Business Day.
Thank you. And that brings us to the close of another inspiring edition of Startup Spotlight. Today we delved into the incredible story of how a simple sketch can evolve into a brand that inspires and empowers women. Thank you so much. My name is Glory Brown, and it's been a pleasure having you. Remember, your startup story could be the next spotlight. Until next time, keep watching Business Day Television.